Thank you. All right. I will call this meeting to order. My name is John Coppola, Chair of the Reston Planning and Zoning Committee. Welcome to the June 29th, 2026 special meeting of the Reston Planning and Zoning Committee. The meeting is being held by Teams. The meeting is being recorded and the video archive will be available on the Reston Planning and Zoning website. As we begin, please be reminded that all participants are expected to engage with civility and respect, both in the online chat and during public comments, so that we can foster a constructive and inclusive discussion. If citizens attending the meeting wish to make a comment or ask a question following the presentation by the applicant and discussion by the committee, they may raise their hand in the Teams app and I will call on them. Citizens should identify themselves by name and address before making comments or asking a question. And if a citizen has special communication requirements, these can be accommodated. All right, so tonight we will be reviewing cases related to SSPAs. And I just want to sort of tee things up as we're getting started here. In the past, SSPAs were not necessarily always reviewed by P&Z. Maybe sometimes they were, but it wasn't part of the regular process. And I received some questions from Mark and Supervisor Elkhorn and Commissioner Carter about would the P&Z be interested in reviewing these and should we be reviewing them as representatives for the community? And we had some really good discussions and my answer of course was yes, this is what we do and I think we should, be involved. However, I wanted to sort of tee things up and some of the attorneys and or Fairfax County may also add color to this, but in general, during the SSPA process, we don't have a specific plan. We don't have specific proffers. There's a lot of things we don't have. And it's really reviewing the cases at a high level to decide if these projects are in general aligned with the Reston Comprehensive Plan and what the county and Reston are looking for in Reston. And so it would be high level concepts like land use and things like that. And so in general, we won't have plans to look at. And if they do have a plan, it's really just to give us a sense of like what could happen there, but it's not necessarily a plan to react to. I know that's a tension during SSPA processes commonly, but I just wanted to reiterate to this team that if they do have a plan, we shouldn't necessarily start commenting on that right away. That would come back to us during the actual zoning process and going through that. So tonight, we need to keep it high level, ask great questions like we do, make great comments, help guide staff and the leaders of the county. But we want to keep it positive, constructive, and focused on the high level. Okay. So I'm sure others can add color to that as we go, but I just want to start by saying that. I know we had some recent challenges a few meetings ago, so let's try to avoid those challenges this evening. All right, without further ado, I will please call application 1, Roland Clarke SSPA, and I believe that the county will be presenting. Is that correct?
Yes, John, thank you.
Are you presenting, Heather?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and present. I'm going to keep it
great.
super brief. Thank you for that tee off. That was super helpful in setting the stage for us. Give me just 1 second. I'll get my slides up. I'll try to run through this, not take up a ton of your time so you guys have plenty to discuss. There we go. All right, so thank you all for having us again. Before I pull up the staff report or the staff recommendation, I just wanted to take a quick second to revisit the timeline of this plan amendment. You guys have seen it now a few times, a few different iterations, and so I really just wanted to take a second to frame that in context. So we initiated the study of this plan amendment back in January of 2024. The first community meeting was subsequently held in March of 2024, followed by a second community meeting, and then the first meeting with you guys, both in September of 2025. So following those conversations, the applicants revisited the proposal and presented the new concept for 70 townhome units. Since then, staff has studied the impacts of the change in density and type. We held a follow-up community meeting in March of this year. We also came back to you guys in March of this year. So we're back tonight to give you guys an opportunity to share any final thoughts, comments, if you want to take a vote on the proposed plan amendment. We're scheduled to go to public hearings on Planning Commission July 8th and Board of Supervisors August 25th. So that's coming up in a couple weeks here. Okay, so this is the staff recommended plan text. This was in the staff report that you guys, I believe, got a copy of. It is available on the website. But I just wanted to touch on the key elements that we called out in the guidance. So that's that interparcel access to the west, the pedestrian improvements along Roland Clarke. We also included language and guidance for ensuring pedestrian and bike paths and access across the subject site. And then we spoke to the consolidation of park space on site and gave the flexibility for we called out the need for the park space that's for the adjacent site that was built, that multifamily use, plus the amount of park space that they would owe for whatever their future development would be. So staff is generally supportive of the transition to housing. The applicants have not submitted a rezoning yet at this time. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So I'll turn it over to you guys. I'm happy to answer any questions. And I appreciate the opportunity to be here.
And
Yes,
Amanda, I have, if you guys can hear me, I do have just a couple things to add before we jump in, if that's okay.
Absolutely. Thanks,
Awesome.
Amanda.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Heather, for that. That was super helpful, as well as John for your kickoff there. I don't have much to add, but just a couple things. Again, this, as Heather reviewed, this is our third time here with you guys on this plan amendment. And again, I'm Amanda Williams, a land use attorney with Cooley, representing the property owner for this plan amendment. And so this time we are here with the plan amendment language itself, which was something that we talked about last time, and really what we're focused on with this request at this early stage. What we're really asking at kind of a policy high level at this point in time is it a good idea to put residential on this property? And so I'll reiterate, we've had over the past year 2 community meetings, and some of you may remember from our last discussion, the feedback we received directly from the neighbors in those meetings is why we really shifted in coordination with Supervisor Alcorn, the recommended product type density for this site from the multifamily to the townhomes, which does significantly reduce the overall intensity of the land use recommendation for this property and will allow the ultimate development here to be more compatible with the neighboring communities. So the plan language you're looking at here now provides that option for single family attached at the 1.15 FAR, and we think does a great job of hitting on and requiring coordination on all the items that we have heard from this group already and from others: connectivity, traffic calming, urban parks, etc. So we're grateful for staff's support of the plan amendment for residential, their work on this plan language itself, and for the coordination from Commissioner Carter and Supervisor Alcorn. So that's all I have. We have your notes from last time. Happy to note any additional kind of high level feedback from this group as our team, for our team to consider when we do move forward to file a detailed zoning application in the future to implement the comp plan language. Thank you.
Thank you. And good feedback. Personally, I do think it makes sense as well. It's just really going to be about the details as we move forward. All right. Anything else, Heather, that you want to add?
Nope, that was all for me for now. I'm interested to hear what you guys have to say. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Amanda and Heather. Looks like we have Lynn Molston as our number one participant. By the way, thank you for helping with the agenda too.
Oh, you're welcome. I didn't help with the agenda. It was just the table.
Yeah.
You're welcome. So, yeah, Heather, thank you. And Amanda, thank you also. And appreciate you all coming back. I did have a chance to review the materials that were submitted, the proposed comprehensive plan amendment. And I have a couple of questions. What is proposed to address the park space issue that was identified in our March meeting? And this has to do with the promise of carrying over the open space to this phase in what we were led to believe would be substantial open space and park amenities.
So in the language, in this second section, and I'll tee it up for Amanda to answer in more specifics, but we added a two sentences here at the end that specifically addresses the need for this parcel to provide the park space that is owed for that adjacent development. Any portion of that park space that's existing, that's displaced, should be replaced in addition to meeting the new park needs for new development. So we added that into the language that we've proposed and recommended to Planning Commission and the board to ensure that that carries forward in perpetuity as part of that proffer agreement. And then Amanda, I'll let you tee up for.
Yeah, so yes, we're looking at the plan language here that will then inform an actual plan for townhomes. And so staff is acknowledging in their language that, we would need to address this issue that you're mentioning, Lynn. So that will be something that we figure out in detail as once we get through this comp plan stage and get to those specific design plans. I'll say the property owner here is kind of taking this very thoughtfully and methodically in stages. So we want to get through that, hey, is residential a good idea here? And what is the policy language we need to, that have some parameters on that will inform their zoning application. So we will have more details on what that looks like and how we're addressing that at the next stage. But it is acknowledged here in the language. So, so it will not be forgotten.
So I'm looking at the staff report for the plan amendment SSPA 2023 312 UP or IP or I2 UP on page 17 of 24. And there is a table here that talks about parks calculation table. And it looks like the potential parks requirement is a mere 0.3 acres. Am I reading that accurately?
So that's the quantification for the 70 townhomes. That quantification is a typical calculation that they do in the staff reports for the proposed use. It doesn't take into account the portion that's owed for the neighboring site. That comes later in the land use analysis in the staff report.
Okay, and can you tell me what is owed? I tried to do some research to see what that contribution that was deferred to this phase, and I couldn't find it. I think the original project was 3.5 acres. Not the whole park space that was supposed to go in, correct?
I believe it's something like 26,000 square feet or something, or 23.
It's around 25,000, yes.
25,000 square feet. Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. And then, I continue to be concerned with the depletion of medical office space. And given the population density in this area, the fact that you all are planning on tearing down this office building. And, I just am still very concerned that we are giving up the commercial office space that medical and business startups that can't afford the metro commercial office space area. We really need to have those types of offices for medical business startups, what have you. And I believe we have another application coming for us before us tonight that is going to further deplete that office space. So that continues to be a grave concern in my perspective. So my last question, and this has to do going back to the park. We had mentioned that we thought that there should be more park space in the northwest edge of the plan. Is that something that you all are looking at, or where, do you have any idea, Heather, where staff is looking at locating the open space?
The specific location of open space would be something that comes out of a zoning review.
Okay.
Ultimately and generally, we would look to have parks not be located immediately adjacent to the toll road.
Correct. I get
And
that.
so it would, in theory, it would be either a central location of the site or more on the south side of the site towards maybe where the trail is existing now. It's really ultimately up to what the applicant submits during a zoning review. And we'll
Okay.
take that into consideration.
Thank you so much. That's all I have.
Yeah, and Lynn, just two things. As a reminder, we did see a plan before. I think y'all probably remember that. That was really just to give us a high level like snapshot of what it could look like. It didn't factor in all of the details that need to be factored in, like the open space. So
Right.
we should
Right.
try to
Thank you, John.
cancel
Yeah,
that from
thank
our
you for that
minds.
reminder. And
Yeah.
I saw that plan and it was not acceptable. So
Yeah, there you go.
yes.
I think we clearly
Thank
said
you.
that last meeting. The other thing I just wanted to point out, in theory, it would be great if we could have more office for medical and startups and all of the above. But the reality is the vacancy rate is so high in this region and quite frankly nationally that it's a major problem for Fairfax County and other localities, and so in lost revenues and other things. So due to a
I
myriad of
appreciate that, John.
challenges.
Thank
Yeah.
you. And at our March meeting, I did mention that I was fearful that this property was headed for a redevelopment death spiral. In fact, that the fact that the tenants knew that that their leases were going to be expiring and that the property was going to be redeveloped. So why would they renew their lease? So
Yeah.
it's thank you.
Sure. There's just a lot of vacancies right now. Anyway, anything else, Lynn, or Matt Stevenson?
Thank you, John. You actually just made one of the points I was going to say, which is just how high the Class B and C office vacancy rate is in Fairfax County. And also, I'd like to tag on to that, still we have a massive shortage of housing at all income levels and all size levels, throughout the county and throughout the entire region. So in general, I think that townhouses in this development would be compatible with the, adjacent properties. My concern, reading what's written here is I appreciate the commitment to the park space, but I would urge you as the site gets developed and laid out to really think about how that space, is laid out. I would be worried that it just became this like 15-foot strip or multiple strips that are kind of, interspersed throughout the site just to get to a number and a square footage number or an acreage number. And I think that there's an opportunity to create a really, really nice, internal area, that's more rectilinear, that's going to serve all of the surrounding properties as well as this one, and pick up the proffers from the property next door. So without a plan, it's really hard for me to analyze it, but I would just encourage you to think of this as an opportunity rather than simply, a box check to reach a certain number of square footage of park open space.
And if I
Thanks,
could just
Matt.
interject, I think that was something that was brought up in March, is that we do want to create a sense of a space for community. So, and placemaking.
Yes,
Thank you.
understood. And I just want to acknowledge that we acknowledge that and have every intent, of preparing a plan that fulfills, the language in the comp plan here to have real usable, needed space, frankly, for this kind of neighborhood that is developed off of Roland Clarke.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Tammy Petrine.
Thank you very much. I echo exactly what Matt said. Page 7 of 24. Could you bring that up, please?
I will caution as she does this, because I know that is the page of the staff report that has the plan, the concept plan on it. That, as John has pointed out and Heather has mentioned, like, we were kind of asked for some type of layout. This was simply an illustrative idea of a townhouse product on this property. It is not what we are proposing specifically. So I just want to reiterate that.
Well, good, because it is terrible. It's like cordwood, and if you're not going to do this, we won't talk about it. But
Yeah.
you have 70 townhouses here that you're putting on this acreage, and we're supposed to have substantial park space that is owed to us from the parcel immediately east. In addition to its own, we have 2 townhouses sitting on what I think currently is a bocce court, or supposed to have been. The 2 on the very southern side that are parallel with the Dulles Toll Road. So I'm really concerned about this. I keep hearing that, well, the details will come forward later when we have a rezoning. No, that doesn't make it for me. I need to see some plan that actually gives hope for this area. This area, we have so many townhouses south of this with limited park space. RA has 0 park space in this area. And even if these people are members, RA, where are they you can't manufacture park space out of thin air. So, we've been promised amenities, and and I'm talking about generally in other projects, and they're decades away. If these are built, just as the 2 to the south were built and the 1 to the east, people are actually living there. They need places to recreate. They need active recreation. And I'm not sure that the 70 townhouse dwellers are going to want active recreation for the public, meaning these surrounding neighbors, in the middle of their, so to me, it doesn't ring true to what the possibility could be. If you shrink your footprint and go up, you might be able to have a substantial park space. You have to dedicate the land for transportation to go west. So that's an issue. So I was just very, very discouraged when I looked at this plan. That's pretty much what I have. Thank you. Let's see. Oh yeah, and one more thing. Off-site park space? No. We have a huge number of units that have gone in with the promise of nearby park space, and now we're all of a sudden saying, whoa, we might do this offsite. Where offsite? There isn't any offsite.
There's a park space right here where my mouse is that's existing. That's an RA park. And it's up to the applicant to work with parks through the zoning phase. to make contributions to offsite parks or provide parks on site, but that gets worked out through zoning.
Heather, that is a very small junior size soccer field. That doesn't make it park space for the amount of people we've smashed into this little area. And this isn't the only area. We have them to the west, we have them to the east, and we keep saying, oh, you know, we're gonna get park space. Where is it? Show it to me. You know, we have it at Isaac Newton Square with a full-size field, and you know, we're almost reaching thousands of new DUs going in there. It comes to a point where we, as representatives for Reston, we have to say, stop it. We have a gem in Reston because it is planned, and here are the amenities, and here is the park space for the volume density that wants to be put here. I'm not interested in developers making a profit and skipping off into the twilight while the existing residents are going, we have no park space, where is it? So thank you,
We hear
that's
you,
it for
Tammy.
me.
Yeah, we hear you. We are going to work through that at the zoning phase. It is specifically noted in the plan language, as Heather has pointed out. And so we will, and we've already started conversations with RA about that area, about what we can provide on site, and we will work through that at the zoning stage. So noted.
Yes, thank you. You've already said that, and thank you for reiterating that, Amanda and Heather. I do think it's maybe a little confusing that that's in the staff report, and maybe they could reference it differently in the future. I don't know. It's probably too late for this staff report, but it looks like, you know, that's a concept plan that everyone's considering, and that's what it's called, concept plan. So I think that you could maybe clarify that, just to avoid any confusion.
You're
But I know
talking
you,
about this page 7?
yes,
Yeah,
if it's,
but I mean, you have 70 townhouses going into 3.5 acres with all the parking and the transportation and the park. It's a lot, you know, to put on 3.5 acres, especially when you owe stuff to what's east of it that you have not provided. So thank you.
well, they're going to take care of those things, as Amanda said. Okay, David and or Sue.
Hi, for either Amanda or Heather, I'd like some clarification on the interparcel access concept. I thought that Heather said access to the west, and I'm much more concerned about access from this parcel to the metro, the south side of the Wheelie Metro Station. And I thought when I read the information sent to us that there was some commitment to making sure that the walking access to that metro station was you know all arranged, and I'd like some clarification on that, and exactly where does somebody who wants to walk to the metro to go to work, who's going to live here, how do they get there?
So I don't know, Heather, if you want to speak to how y'all thought about it in the language first, but.
I'll just point out that the language has a provision for both the inclusion of pedestrian improvements as well as the extension of an east-west pedestrian trail. That's part of the trail plan for south of the toll road that connects through the TSAs to each of the, or ultimately would connect each of the transit stations. And I'll let Amanda speak to how that would actually look.
Yeah, and again, we're at a high level here, and that language is in there that there has been a long-standing recommendation for that trail connection, or a trail to be provided just south of the toll road, along the back of these properties. There is a trail to the east. Obviously right now there are gaps. There are not trails all the way to the toll road. We would have to look at providing, you know, our portion of it. There is access along the roadway to get to the metro. I think you're likely speaking of, can we get a more direct a direct trail path to get there. And so that would be part of this language. And we would be considering that as part of the zoning.
I understand this is high level stuff, but at what point are you going to engage in conversation with property owners to your east to make sure that when your buildings are done, that trail is complete all the way to the metro?
So I don't have at my fingertips like the map that shows like what I don't know that there's a decent amount of properties there. And Heather, I don't know if you guys looked at this in more detail as part of this, but that don't have the connections yet. So we haven't started that conversation about what would be expected. I mean, we'd be expected to put it on our site and connect it immediately. But that would be something we would consider as we move forward.
David, I can tell you, I know that Comstock is planning for a trail along their property.
Yeah.
And the Association Drive properties had planned for it, but their zoning case, I don't think is going forward. Perhaps it is. I'm not fully in the loop on that. I know if it does proceed, there will be a trail. If it doesn't, then there will be a gap there. Amanda or Heather, can you comment on whether there's a trail on the existing apartment complex directly to the east?
There is.
Okay.
Yeah.
On the north side of the property, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Yep. So David, I think
Okay.
that's part of every case when it comes before.
As those properties
county.
redevelop. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Any comments from Sue?
Not at this time, thank you.
Okay, good, thank you. Katie.
Hey, good evening. I just have a quick question. Amanda, did you ever get a chance to go over and look at that park area green space in the southeast corner that Heather was referring to? Because it is a very small, it's right at a parking lot. I actually, funny enough, I live in a neighborhood like almost across the street from there. And VDOT is right now putting in like a crosswalk because the amount of people that come from that Roland Park neighborhood into my neighborhood, because we have 3 park areas in my neighborhood, we have 112 townhomes. They're always up there because nobody wants to be over there. It's right on like Sunrise Valley Drive, and it's right at the parking lot. And it's definitely not like I guess a parent, I mean, my child's now grown, but it's not like this very secure play area that you would like feel comfortable letting your kid maybe, run around out of your sight for even any amount of time. So I just wanted to kind of say, I think it's better if you guys can get a park area kind of more into the development, away from, I know don't want to be near the toll road, but Sunrise Valley is like a major road. And then also I had a question. In the second paragraph, it says something about the parks should be designed to connect to adjacent park spaces. Why not have designated, like in my neighborhood, we have 3 totally designated non-connected park spaces, I'm just wondering, I don't know. I mean, and my neighborhood we're part of RA, but like our park space is our park space. It's not an RA park space. So I would just hope, and again, I think to touch on what kind of Tammy and Lynn were saying, I know builders want to make the most amount of money, get as many townhomes in that little space they have, but you really got to give people space to get out and live and breathe, especially when they don't have backyards in these townhomes. So that's just my thing. I really hope staff or somebody goes and looks and sees when they're like, oh, you have this great park area. It's right at a parking lot. Not very safe if you have little kids. Thank you.
Thank you. I have your exact note on this. I'm looking at my notes from the last meeting, and we have this noted down. I have driven past it, so we're considering that. We also had a conversation with RA last week, and we're talking a little bit about how we could help kind of enhance that overall, including the safety aspect and the locational aspect of it. So the idea would be that there will be likely both space on site and some enhancement to other spaces, but I appreciate the input on that.
Yeah, even if I just put up like some buffer, some privacy trees, something that just feels a little bit more, I don't know, park-like instead of like a green space next to a parking lot. Thank you.
And more likely to be used. Yep.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Katie. Michelle Kimmel.
Hi, I have a question for staff. So in this, it says that the student count will go down with this compared to what is already approved. But I'm wondering, and this is more even broader than just this, so far we've seen quite a few applications come through that are going to add students to Sunrise Valley Elementary, Hughes, and South Lakes. But we're not seeing those applications, those additions reflected within each application. And when does that happen? When do we actually see the total count, and how can we as a committee get that? Because I think the information we get is very outdated by the time we're considering it, given that so many applications are moving forward and so many approvals have gone through. Is it that what we're seeing in this document only represents the applications that are being like currently under construction and not those that have been approved but not yet under construction?
So, in the attachment, at the end of the staff report is a copy of the school's memo. It includes a cumulative impacts analysis as part of their overall memo. So, it's specific to plan amendments, not to zoning cases. And it's updated through the 2025 plan amendments that were included. So it has the overall counts within that portion. If you guys wanted to reflect on that. When we're doing the staff reports, we focus specifically on the impacts of the plan amendment that the staff report is about. But we included that cumulative impacts because you're right, it does make a big difference. And so that's there for you guys to read. Beyond that, when we're talking about zoning cases, I'm honestly, Clara, I don't know if you have more information on that. I'm not familiar with how schools' impacts are assessed through a zoning case.
Well, I think the reason we have limitations are that we understand that the impacts of a comprehensive plan amendment often occur beyond the 5-year projection horizon, which is the information we're provided with. And so the conditions of a school, the boundaries of schools may change by the time the zoning case is coming in. And so I think the important thing is that at the time of the rezoning, those are actual units. We have a better understanding of when they might come online, and they're evaluated for the conditions of the schools serving this site at that time. We still provide go ahead. No, go ahead.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry. I thought you continue.
That's all right. I already lost the thread of that. I'm sure it wasn't important. I think
no
I
worries.
mostly made my point. Yeah.
Well, I guess my question is, so at the rezoning though, it's not looking at what else has been rezoned, but only what currently exists, correct? Do you know what I'm saying?
Consistent, yeah. I think
okay.
that's right. While schools does have they comment on all of the zoning approvals and they have awareness of it. They provide numbers similar to what's in our staff report about current students and probably for the same, I don't want to represent schools too much, but I think for the same reasons, their outlook is such a short period of time that they wait, they take into account live birth. It's a challenge they have, right? They don't want to, they have awareness of those approvals. Those units may not get built. But I will say at the time of the rezoning, that analysis is provided for that number of units, and then you get the numbers of what the current school capacity is, and that same 5-year plan horizon.
Okay. Because I think we're looking at a substantial increase, and based on the the rezonings of the school system that's occurring, little impact will be done on Hughes and Sunrise Valley. We may see a lowering of student numbers at South Lakes, but we're still, based on this, and this boundary change has been fraught and time consuming, and the likelihood that we see another could be a ways off. So I'm just saying, I think we're looking at a potential where, especially as you're looking further east of Wheelie, of a very significant increase to these schools, especially as we're apparently now considering more townhomes even than multifamily. And so, you know, this is, again, bigger question, so forgive me for using this as the opportunity, but I do think we really need to get a better picture. And while this is helpful, I think we're still missing the whole picture of what's going to happen to these schools and when it's going to happen. So if there's some way we can figure that out, I think we should get some better information there. So that's just my request. And yeah, and that's all I have on this one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michelle. Since you brought up schools, I just wanted to make a point too. While I think towns, the calculations and everything are probably fine, I do think sometimes on multifamily, it's represented that there aren't a lot of kids in multifamily towers. And if you've driven to work or anywhere in a morning where the school bus is going around, there are a ton of kids in multifamily projects. And so I haven't analyzed the calculations for that, but I do think that would be worth analyzing, to Michelle's point, to make sure that we're calculating that appropriately. Because that could really throw us out of whack if we don't do it correctly. That's not what this case is about, but since we have a lot of leaders from the county on, figured I'd tag on to Michelle's comments. Lynn Molston, did you have another comment?
Well, thank you. Yeah, and thank you, Michelle, for triggering my other question, and that was again dealing with the schools. And I do see, you know, that the calculations, the comprehensive plan guidance and recommendations come from 2024 of September. And given the fact that we have over 11,000 units coming online that have been approved, we don't know when they're going to be developed, but you know, I do think that does need to be taken into consideration. So thank you. That's all I had to add.
Yes, agreed. Thank you, Lynn. All right. I don't see any other hands up. All right, Jared.
So, yeah, I will just plus one what some other people have said about the park space. I think we all know that that's a concern. I do think this is the right amendment for this site, though. I mean, I don't think it makes sense to try to force retail back in here. I think this is going to be a residential site. I think Tammy made a really good point about playing with how you can arrange the site, maybe do some higher density in some portions to open it up. And also just a thought, when you come back, I'm also just going to be very curious about protecting any buffer between the toll road, the Dulles access road, and this site, so that all of a sudden everything isn't just clear cut right to the property line and all of a sudden more than half that barrier goes away. So just an awareness of that to, again, maintain some character for the people who will eventually be living here.
Thank you, Jared.
Thank you, Jared. There's a lot of people on here. Is Commissioner Carter on, and does he want to speak, or Supervisor Alcorn?
I don't have anything to add, except on the schools. If you remember the comp plan, the comp plan says 3 elementary schools, a portion of a high school, and a portion of an intermediate school would be the demand, at least at the time the comp plan would be done. And yes, we should be looking for school sites.
Yes.
I don't have anything else.
Good point. Thank you.
We're going to get them. We're going to get school sites.
Yeah. Thanks for the refresher there. That's good. They had a great comment. Anything else, Commissioner Carter?
No.
All right. I believe you're looking
John?
for us to weigh in here. Did someone say something?
John, yeah, let me just jump in real quick on the
Sure.
schools thing. So, yeah, one of the things I have an eye on as well is the 11,000 units approved or zoned, but not built yet. But I'm also trying to keep an eye on actual construction activity. And Mark actually did some good work. Basically, between 2012 and 2024, the average absorption rate was about 650 units a year in Reston. So that, I think, gives a pretty good idea. And I think based on what we know has come online during last year and a half or so, it's probably about the same. But there is a longer discussion about school proffers and planning for schools that if P&Z wants to do that, be happy to help get school folks to the meeting. And it's worthy of doing, but it is a longer discussion.
Yes, for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarity as well. All right. Are there any members of the community that wish to speak? Looks like Craig Ackerman. Can you please state your name and address?
Sure. My name is Craig Ackerman. I live at 11720 Paysons Way. I'm both a resident of the Valley and Park neighborhood, which is immediately to the south of the proposed development, as well as I'm the president of the Homeowners Association for the Valley and Park neighborhood. Appreciate the issuance to the staff report. Vice President of our Homeowners Association has been in contact with Heather multiple times. Appreciate the updates and the incorporation of all the concerns that we had raised during previous public meetings. Upon reviewing the staff report, feel like it fairly captured all of our concerns. And until we get to that zoning phase and see the actual plan, we really, reserve further comment. But concerns remain about overall safety in the streets in the neighborhood, that grid of streets to be developed, as well as any potential right-of-way / pass-through for our neighborhood. We'll note that the most popular amenity between our community and the existing building is that existing pathway where lots of folks walk from the Mercer community down through the neighborhood. Folks work from Point Reston on up. So as Amanda noted previously, that's an important amenity to maintain. Whatever else is built, whether it's, and I realize there's a possibility that may be relocated, but that is a very popular amenity in the area. So just wanted to go on record to say thank you for capturing all of our previous concerns, and we feel heard.
Thank you, Craig. That's great to hear. Any other members of the community? Amanda, did you want to say something?
I was just thanking Craig for his input. And I'll have to get your email as well, Craig. I have Sharon's email and I was emailing her over the weekend. So we'll make sure we're coordinated. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the community? Amanda or Heather, I believe you're looking for a vote from us. Is that correct?
I think that is largely up to you. We are going to public hearing on the language, as Heather pointed out, on July 8th for the Planning Commission.
Gotcha. My opinion would be that I think as representatives for the community that we can and should just sort of weigh in here one way or another, because it's our duty to do that, and we've been asked to do that. So looks like David and Sue had raised their hands again.
Sure. If we are ready, then I'd like to make a motion. But before I do, just thank you for the citizen input. We really appreciate that. And it's great to know when HOAs and citizens work along with, and that there's mutual communication and agreement. So thank you very much for being here and for providing that input along the way. Having listened to several comments with the need to perhaps improve park space, and even listening to Katie suggest that if a few units have to be reduced in order to achieve this community feeling of a park space, I think that would be wise. I would like to make a motion to approve the Roland Clarke SSPA with the provision of expanded usable community park space and recreational amenities to be developed on site.
I'll second. Any other Lynn comments?
May I make a friendly amendment?
Sure.
Thank you, Sue. I'm looking at page 22 of 24 of the staff report, plan amendment language. And I would vote to approve with an amendment of eliminating the sentence that reads, in addition to the above redevelopment conditions, provisions for off-site park space to offset the balance of urban park space may be appropriate. However, on-site parks should first be provided to the extent possible. I think this just should read that on-site parks will be provided.
I second that.
That's
Okay,
up to
that's
Sue whether or not she
acceptable.
wants to.
Do you accept
Yeah,
my,
that-
my friendly amendment, Sue?
Yeah, that's acceptable. I had said the provision of expanded and
Right.
usable community park
This
space.
is actually
If you-
in the language of the
Okay, Sure, that-
recommendation.
that's fine. I think it has the same meaning.
Thank you.
I'll re-second it.
Thank you, John.
Any further comments? Okay, please raise your hand if you are in favor of this SSPA.
John, can we read the whole motion again, just to make sure I understand it fully? This is Mike.
Sure. Sue, do you want to?
Yeah, I'll read
Res-
mine, and then I believe that what we are doing is attaching additional language that then Lynn will state. So I'm recommending approval of the Roland Clarke SSPA with the provision of expanded usable community park space and recreational amenities to be developed on site.
And Sue is correct, and that would, so the third paragraph, so this is on page 22 of 24 of the staff report, would then read, as an option for parcel 2A, single-family attached residential use may be appropriate at a density up to 20 dwelling units per acre, open parens 1.15 FAR, close parens. In addition, on-site parks will be provided, period.
Does that do it, Mike?
Yeah, it's very helpful. Hearing it all in one time is great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, let's do this again. All in favor, please re-raise your hands. I think it automatically lowered a bunch of hands. All right, is everybody in? And then David and Sue, please let us know if you're one or both of you.
I vote yes.
And I also vote yes.
Okay, looks like, oh, it keeps lowering my hand. Looks like we have 11 votes for?
I count 11.
Okay. All right, please lower your hands. Is anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? I don't see any hands up. Please speak up if you are opposed. Any abstentions? All right, 10-0. I don't know if we have 10 voting members on, but Jared, do you know the exact number?
We did at one time, so yeah.
We have 11 voting members on because they all voted yes.
Oh, 11. I'm sorry. There's 10
Yeah.
hands, but one of the hands is 2 people. Yeah, 11. Sorry. All right. Motion passes. Thank you, Amanda and Heather, and for everyone's feedback along the way.
And that's for the amended language.
Yes, indeed. Okay. Amanda, Heather, anything else you want to say before we go to the next thing?
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. All right. Land use application number 2, Lake Fairfax Business Center. Update on the development plan and a vote on the SSPA if we choose to vote. Reminder that unlike Roland Clarke, Lake Fairfax also has an active zoning case with a PC hearing scheduled in September. And based on the understandings with the county, we assume they will seek P&Z's recommendation for the rezoning potentially in August or sometime soon. I have not seen a request yet, I don't think, but that's what we're looking to do. Yes, Tammy.
Thank you. I received this 2 days ago, not a week before. I received this 2 days ago. So I'm not prepared to even discuss it, let alone vote on it, just so that you know. I've tried to go through it a little bit, but 2 days notice when we have other cases, not acceptable. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Is someone from the county, is it Heather again or someone else that's here to represent the county?
David Stenson. I'm managing the SSPA for the
Hi,
county.
David.
Hi.
Thank you, sir. Are just by yourself, or do you have a land use attorney with you, or no?
Well, Mark Looney is representing the property owner for the rezoning application, and I believe he is here as well.
Okay. Are you on, Mark?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay. Welcome. Okay. Well, David or Mark, take it away with whatever you would like to say next.
I'll jump in, John, and talk about this because I think it would be helpful for the committee to really focus a little bit on the rezoning as opposed to the SSPA, because we actually came to the committee back in, I believe it was October of 2024, and presented the SSPA nomination at that point, and have spent the last 18 months or so working on the concurrent rezoning. Unlike the prior case that you just heard, there's actually a concurrent rezoning application that has been in the works for about the last 18 months. I believe, as you said earlier, we have multiple public hearings scheduled on the proposal. There is a planning commission public hearing on the plan amendment, scheduled for next month in July, and then a board hearing in late August, and then a planning commission public hearing scheduled on the rezoning in September, and a board hearing tentatively scheduled in October on the rezoning itself. And so this is the first time that you all are seeing the rezoning component of this as opposed to the plan amendment. And just like with the prior case, the plan amendment is text only. There are no graphics, there are no diagrams, there are no plans that go with it. Instead, it is just words on a page. And so what we thought we would do tonight is give you all a preview or an overview of the rezoning application that is making its way through the process as we stand. On the call tonight with me are Jack Lester and Angelina Fuller from EYA, who is the master developer with this proposal. We also have Aaron Frank from our office, who is part of the Cooley team and working on this. And then we have a couple of folks from our consultant team, Nick Richardson from VICA, Gabby Kennemar from Land Design, who's the landscape architect. We have Maria Lashinger from Gross Slade, who is the traffic consultant. And then we also have, also from our office, Bria Burke and our summer associate, Megan Romano, who is here to listen and experience her first Reston P&Z committee. So I would be remiss if I didn't say take it easy on Megan tonight. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up on the screen the presentation that kind of overviews some of what is included in the rezoning application. And I think importantly to start with, one of the things that I want to sort of highlight is this is a pretty robust application. The plan set is over 200 pages in length, which in my almost 30 years of doing this work is the largest rezoning application package that I have ever seen, and keeps Nick and his team at VICA quite busy at trying to coordinate all of the different elements of the plan. So let me know when you can see the presentation on the screen.
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm going to cover tonight is a little bit of the history of how we got here. I've already talked a little bit about the schedule and path forward for where we go. This meeting actually comes in between submissions to the county on the rezoning application. We had resubmitted the plans after kind of the first 1.5 rounds of comments back in March of 2026. We got comments towards the beginning of, or I guess late May, early June, from the various review agencies. We are planning to resubmit to the county. We actually had intended to resubmit the application to the county later this week, but based on some conversations with staff around 1 or 2 design elements, are actually deferring that until after the 4th of July. So it'll be a little bit later in July when we resubmit the plans. And so what we sent out to the committee members was the March submission that we've gotten recent comments on from county staff, and to which we will be responding later next month. And so what I'm going to show you tonight is a little bit of a progress plan set for some of the, you won't know that they are changes necessarily, but we know that they are changes to the design of the project as staff has continued to give us comments on the application. We also have some details around how this relates to the equestrian park community that is immediately to the east. We've had a meeting with their leadership about 10 days ago, and then there was an open house last week that Supervisor Alcorn and his office hosted over actually in the property area to allow the greater community to come out, and some of the equestrian park folks were there as part of that presentation as well. Just to introduce you to EYA, for those of you who don't know, EYA is a local company headquartered in the DMV, have been operating for more than 30 years. Their entire market is within the District, Maryland, and Virginia. Their tagline, as you see here, is life within walking distance, which means that they focus on neighborhoods that are transit centric or transit accessible largely, and have developed multiple projects in Fairfax County, including part of the Reston Station project east of Wheelie Avenue, where they developed townhouses and other units, and still have a multifamily building to develop there, and are working to consolidate the Lake Fairfax office park and to be able to redevelop that into a mix of uses, as we'll talk about tonight. I mentioned earlier about how we got here and the specifics of the hearing schedule. We actually filed the SSPA nearly 4 years ago in September of 2022, and the lead up to that actually was about 18 months in advance of that, as the EYE team was working with the property owners and working with county staff and the supervisor's office on the idea of this long before the SSPA application was ever filed. And the SSPA has been under review ever since September of 2022. The rezoning application was submitted in February of 25. And as I mentioned earlier, we have public hearings coming up on both sets of proposals. Just to set the context, the Lake Fairfax Business Park is plus or minus 49 acres in size. Its current zoning is split kind of along Business Center Drive is the simple way to put it, where it's both I-3 and I-4 medium intensity industrial uses. It was rezoned back in the 1980s by a guy by the name of Tom Hurst, who sold it off in bits and pieces through the years. Some of the uses are what you would consider to be industrial uses, like a data center that's existing at the entrance off of Sunset Hills Road and Business Center Drive, along with what passed back in the day for industrial in Fairfax County, which is a commercial office building. And so even though it's zoned industrial, it just so happened that based on Fairfax County's economic development strategies, it never really developed with pure industrial uses. It developed like an office park anywhere else in the county. In terms of the property that is the subject of the rezoning application, that is a subset of the overall business park. And it's outlined in red on the screen, the areas of the rezoning, but it includes multiple office buildings within the site, but does not include the data center, one of the office buildings that houses the Reston Montessori School, the Lifetime Fitness parcel, and then the hotel that was built within the last 5 years, along with the adjacent office building that's owned by Thompson Hospitality. So the SSPA land area is larger than the rezoning property based on which properties elected to participate in the rezoning and which properties are under contract to EYA. To give you a sense of why this proposal is coming forward, this shows you the current vacancies of the different office buildings in the business center. Some of these occupancy levels or vacancy levels, I should say, were in existence at the time that we filed the SSPA back in 2022. Several of the buildings actually became vacant during the pendency of the SSPA nomination and later the rezoning application. And then the one building that is shown as 40% vacant, the lease there is up in the next couple of years, and the ownership of the building anticipates that it too will not, the tenant there will not renew in the building. And so therefore it too will be 100% vacant by the time we get into the 2027-2028 timeline. Some of the other uses that are there, I mentioned the Montessori School, the Lifetime Fitness. There are other kind of industrial and quasi-industrial uses adjacent to the property along the WNOD Trail, Clay Lane, Sunset Hills Road. And so there is still commercial activity occurring within this broader geographic area beyond the office park itself. But it is the isolated nature of the office park today has made it more difficult in this new transit-oriented corridor to lease that space. What I describe to people is Fairfax County's plan for the metro stations actually succeeded because we've moved office workers from far-flung suburban locations into transit-oriented locations that are more walkable, served by transit, and really reflective of the ultimate goal that the county had in the multi-billion-dollar investment that was made in Metro. But the byproduct of that success is that you've got to reinvent and reimagine these more external areas within the planned community. Next slide. If my computer will cooperate. Oops, it crashed out. Sorry, this file is large, so apologies for this. Yeah, sorry. It's not my fault, I promise. Okay, let me see if this works. There we go. So at a high level, when we submitted the SSPA nomination, one of the things that we talked about with the county was sort of the existing uses around the property and how you would divide up the different uses on the site. And this is just a graphic as kind of a placeholder for where we anticipated the different uses to be. The way the county authorized the comprehensive plan amendment was there's a maximum 1.0 FAR that's permissible within the business center. And the idea is to do lower intensity uses on the periphery and to do a higher intensity set of uses in kind of a core area. The way this is represented on the plan is townhouses to the north or east, closest to the equestrian park neighborhood, multifamily buildings next to the existing Lifetime Fitness, and then townhouses to the south and to the east as you get closer towards the periphery of the site. And this slide just shows the relationship, I'll say, to some of the existing industrial and commercial uses that are to the south of the site. And then the large white blocks are the true transit-oriented development that come in at higher intensities that range, up to a 2.5 FAR. So relative to the actual true transit-oriented development, we're coming in the way the comp plan was authorized at a 1.0 FAR, and we're actually in the zoning stage coming in at an even lower intensity than that. One of the things that became an organizing element to all of this is the future grid of streets that the comprehensive plan identifies for the area. And the graphic on here shows really two different connections that interact with the Lake Fairfax Business Park into the future. The first is a connection that would extend Michael Faraday Court kind of northbound into Wildlife Center Drive to connect out to Sunset Hills Road. And then there's a new east-west connection that is planned to be an extension of Roger Bacon Drive from Wheelie Avenue, intersecting with the extension of Michael Faraday, and then eventually connecting into Business Center Drive north of Sunset Hills Road. The land plan that you see for the layout of the townhouses and the development itself have changed a little bit since this graphic was prepared, but it gives you a sense of kind of the different connections that are planned for the area.
Hey, Mark, it might be helpful to
Yep.
zoom in just slightly on the areas that you're talking about, just so people know exactly kind of where you're talking, if you can.
I am.
If you can't, that's okay. I know you were having issues there a minute ago.
Well, let me come back to it, John, because I'll be able to describe it. Yeah. So this is the overall site plan for what is the current version of the plan. So this is
what we received in the mail. So
correct.
We've got this.
Correct.
Yep.
This is the one, and Lynn, to this point, based on our meetings with county staff, we actually were tweaking some of this last week, which is a bit of a delay in trying to get it out to you all, because we wanted to give you the latest and greatest based on the feedback from staff as to sort of the layout of these elements. Color coded, there are 3 different types of or 4 different types of units that are here. I'm going to start with Sunset Hills Road on the far right-hand side. And as we work our way in off of Sunset Hills Road to the right, in what we call Land Bay A, there is a combination of rear load townhomes that would front out on Business Center Drive, and then a series of front load townhomes that are in blue abutting the equestrian park community. One of the things that we heard in our conversations with Equestrian Park over the last 2 years or more is that they did not want driveways and garages facing their side of the property line. And so the garages and driveways for the units that front on or back to, I think, or abut, that's a better word, abut the equestrian park community are all front-loaded townhomes. And then we have rear-loaded townhomes internal to the site, and then the sides of rear-loaded townhomes facing equestrian park. As we then move into the site, on this plan, you'll see as we get closer to the Lifetime Fitness, also on the right-hand side, you'll see again rear-loaded townhouses in yellow, and then we actually switch to a purple color, which is 2/2 stacked townhouse units, where it's 2-story units over 2-story units. That represents the transition in intensity as you get deeper into the site. The areas that are in light green to the top of the page, and then the treed area is all common area today. The light green area is common area owned by the Lake Fairfax Business Park. The dark green area is common area owned by the equestrian park community. And both the light green and the dark green areas are being preserved under this plan. And you'll see, as sketched out, there's a small amount of resource protection area that's bubbled. And we've got proffer commitments to stay a certain distance off of that RPA delineation line. And then as we transition towards the middle of the site and Lake Fairfax, or excuse me, Business Center Drive, the intensity goes up a little bit, where we go from the townhouses to the 2/2 stacked townhouses. And then as we cross over Business Center Drive, you see more of the townhouses and stacked townhouses on the south side or west side of Business Center Drive, along with a single multifamily building that's in the orange color. The orange color is that site is going to continue to be owned by RMR, which is the owner of multiple office buildings within that kind of central core area. And post approval, they will hang on to the multifamily site and the park site that's immediately in front of it, and would eventually develop the multifamily building. Notably, we have a conceptual development plan and a final development plan on all of the sites, with the exception of the multifamily building, where we're only proceeding with the conceptual development plan at this point, and RMR would come back in with a final development plan at a later date to really deal with the architecture of that building, because they're not yet settled on what the architecture would be, as opposed to where EYA is with the balance of the site. And then finally, as we transition to the bottom of the page on the lower left-hand side, that is the current National Wildlife Federation building. And we have a combination of front-loaded townhomes, rear-loaded townhomes, and 2/2 units in that block, framing the new north-south road or top-to-bottom road that you see coming through, and making a little bit of a jag to take it down towards the Skate Quest, which is at the bottom off the page. And that is the future connection to the Michael Faraday Court just off of the page, based on the aerial context plan that I talked about. And then you'll see there's another road that's coming in along the bottom of the current Wildlife Federation building, and then passing in front of the hotel to the bottom side of the screen. If you can see my cursor here, That's where the future Roger Bacon Drive would loop in and then come along the southern side of the townhomes in 2/2 within the redevelopment project in between the existing data center building and the proposed residential development. This slide shows the connectivity to the different parks and open spaces that are being provided within the plan, as well as connections to Lake Fairfax Park on this plan. And actually, I left out one big thing. Let me go back one more slide. One of the things that you'll see in the upper left-hand corner is a proposed future school site. I heard the conversation earlier about planning for future schools. One of the reasons why there was a delay in, I'll call it the filing of the rezoning application by nearly 30 months after the SSPA nomination was proposed was because Supervisor Alcorn had asked EYA to explore the possibility of dedicating a school site as part of the redevelopment. And it took us the better part of that 30 months to work through where on the property it could be located, to coordinate with the school system, to coordinate with the supervisor's office and others about the location and orientation of that school site. It's about 4.5 acres in size. Based on our conversations to date, we don't anticipate that the school would be built in the near term, call it in the next 10 years. But one of the things that this site does is identify a future school site. And as Supervisor Alcorn talked about earlier, starting to identify where those could be located and to make plans to have them available when and if the need arises in the future. To blow up a little bit some of the park spaces, I won't belabor this because there's a lot of busyness on here, but it's a series of what I'll call neighborhood parks that are gathering spaces in each of the land bays. There are a series of multi-purpose trails along Business Center Drive to facilitate movement through the site. There are a couple of more major open spaces, as I'll talk about in a second, and then there's some connectivity open spaces to get into Lake Fairfax Park that we think are pretty meaningful. But the idea of this slide is that we're distributing the park spaces across the site so that each of these smaller neighborhoods have usable and meaningful open spaces, even if they are not larger gathering spots, which are reserved for other parts of the site. A couple of the notable park spaces that I'll point out, I'll start on the lower left-hand side, which actually is the connection to Lake Fairfax Park. There is a trailhead today that goes into the park generally in that location. And the idea is to enhance the trail connection, to provide benches and seating areas, and to provide parking, a minimal amount of parking in that area. Right now, there are mountain bikers who come into that area, park their cars, dismount or unhook their mountain bikes and go into the trail. And the idea is to provide them a more permanent place to be able to do that type of connection. And then as we move up the page in the middle, the smaller circle in the middle, that's a central green as based on the descriptions that the county's urban parks framework uses to describe different open spaces. And that would include open lawn areas, some activated areas, some hardscape, that sort of thing. There also would be a small amount of retail planned in the base of the multifamily building that would be located on that central green to try to activate and incorporate the retail into the green space, because we're obviously interested in the viability of that retail moving forward. And then as we then transition to the lower right-hand side, there are some pickleball courts and multi-use courts that are planned for an area in between the hotel, which is on the bottom of the page, and some of the new residential plan just above it. So I will stop there. other than just to give you the contact information of Jack and Angelina who are on the phone, and let them weigh in and provide any additional information that I might have forgotten. Otherwise, we can start working on questions.
Mark, I have nothing to add. Hi, everyone. I'm Jack Lester. I'm joined by three of our colleagues, Ben, Roghab, and my partner, Angelina. So thanks to you, Mark, for a thorough introduction. As you said, we've been working on this for now really pre-COVID. We worked out a lot of the big decisions about the school site in those early years. And really, we're grateful for the work that we've been doing with staff really intensely over these last 24 months and with Commissioner Carter to really get into the details. Every tree, every crosswalk, every sidewalk, clearly the park spaces, anticipating the comp plan road connections and modifying the plans as a result. So yes, this has been a great effort, and we're appreciative of the staff input to get us to this place. I'll stop there, Mark.
Thank you, Jack. You guys have been at this for a long time.
Yes, yes, we.
Thanks for your patience and diligence. David Stenson, is there anything else you want to add, or?
Anyone has any questions about the draft plan text, I'm here for that. I don't know if you'd want me to go over the highlights, or if that's, I know we're running short on time, so it's up to you.
I think if you want to go through the highlights, I think that'd be great. I think we're generally committed to giving the community as much time as we need for these plans, even when it gets late. So.
Okay.
If you're ready to, if you're not ready
yeah,
to.
I can bring up a PowerPoint that might be helpful. And so I'm gonna spare you the existing conditions, but briefly, what we're proposed is the existing comp plan recommends office, industrial, institutional, and research and development up to a 0.5 FAR. The proposed plan amendment would add an option for mixed-use redevelopment up to a 1.0 FAR and a maximum of 1,250 residential units. And the Planning Commission hearing is scheduled for July 16th, and the Board of Supervisors hearing is scheduled for August 25th. And some primary planning considerations include neighborhood transitions and compatibility of existing neighborhoods. Development of east of Business Center Drive would remain at a lower intensity, and additional landscape buffering would be provided, and larger multifamily buildings would be concentrated in the center of the business park. Second is improving connectivity. This plan amendment recommends better pedestrian and bicycle connections, improved access to the Lake Fairfax Park and the WNOD Trail, along with accommodations for future street connections that improve circulation throughout the business center. Third is future public facilities. This plan amendment recommends reserving acreage for a future elementary school. If a school is ultimately not needed, the site could accommodate another public facility. And finally, is parks and open space. That's an important component of this plan amendment. The recommendation includes a public accessible central green together with a connected network of parks and community gathering spaces. And if anyone has questions about the plan text, I can answer those at this time.
Great, thank you, David. That's helpful. All right, looks like Lynn is ready to get us started. Lynn Wilson, please.
Becoming a tradition, John.
I know.
So thank you very much for this presentation. You know, I appreciate the fact that you were meeting with staff, and we were not able to get this presentation ahead of time. But in the future, I would really appreciate getting materials that we are going to be reviewing a week in advance at least. That being said, I do see in the material, the statement of justification that we received, on, and again, I just got this on the 27th, so I haven't really had a chance to go through it in its entirety, given the other projects that we are working on. But given the fact that you're saying that the data center building itself is going to be within this neighborhood, and my question is, are they using diesel generator backups?
Specifics of what they use for their backup generators in terms of fuel. I do know where they are located, which is inside of a screened enclosure, fully screened enclosure, kind of on the side of the building in an elevated location. So there's no backup generators at the base of the building. They're all inside a vertical screened element. One of the things we did as part of the diligence on this and as part of the application was to do a noise study coming out of the data center, and essentially the noise levels are I'll call it unremarkable at the common boundary line between the two sites because of the screening that the data center did when it was built 25 years ago.
But
Mark,
that's not during an outage, correct? If they have diesel generators, those generators are going to be on if there's a power outage.
Sure, and
yeah,
we measured that, but that's the exception. It's not the rule, right? My neighborhood is full of diesel generators that kick on, not diesel, but natural gas generators that kick on whenever the power was out, including last week, right? So, and they can last anywhere from an hour to 3 hours, depending on how long it takes Dominion to get the power back. So,
and Lynn, just to reemphasize that point, and to Mark's point, we did 2 studies, and in both studies, and we contoured the noise. It is below the 55 at night and the 60 in the day, and it was difficult for the noise engineer to differentiate from ambient noise and the noise generated. I understand your point is when and if those diesel engines kick on, they are on the other side of the building facing away from the homes. But
okay, that was part of my question. Thank you, Jack. Yeah, because the new concern is the particulate matter that comes from if they're diesel, and air quality impacts. But thank you. My other question, I appreciate all of the park programming and the open space in this plan, but given the intensity of this development and the residential, and I do see that this is including approximately a 0.7 acre central green located in the center of the community. And I just would like to make a corollary with our application for Reston Town Center North, which is offering a 3.3 acre central green. So I would like you to perhaps look at expanding your central green offering and as part of your park programming. I do see that it says that the open space consists of 4.59 acres of park space, excluding the approximately 4 acre site designed for public uses. And I guess my question is, in this diagram, I don't see where the 4 acres is. Can you direct me to where that is?
Sure.
Is it?
It's the school site.
In the upper left corner.
The upper left corner.
Oh, it's the school site. So if a school is developed, then the park space is gone?
Lynn, we're going to provide a ball field there. It's hard to see on this image, but that rectangle, and so there it is. So that will be,
is that what I have the question mark here?
An athletic field, and yes,
presumably I have a question mark.
Yeah.
Right there. Is that it?
It's next to that, Lynn.
So you have the
Okay.
question mark on the gray,
Okay.
Lynn. So it's actually right above, on this diagram that we're looking at, it's right above the marker for 17, which is immediately adjacent. It's to the right of the gray that you had the question mark on.
Oh, got it.
Do you
Thank
see that?
Okay,
Yeah.
yep, got it. So that's 4 acre?
No, the school site itself is about 4.5 acres in total. And then what we're intending to do is to go ahead and advance the construction of the athletic field that would be that, I don't want to say all, or I presume all Fairfax County schools have, is to accelerate the outdoor rec component of the school site concurrent with the residential. And then at whatever point the school comes in at a later date to construct the balance of the site, the athletic field would already be there.
Okay, great. Thank you. I will say, and this is my last comment, folks who have attended Reston Planning and Zoning, especially folks from EYA, have heard me talk about my dislike of the rear load townhomes. And I can't wait for the day that there is another architectural option, because I think they're horrendous. But that is, yeah, I wish that they could come up with something new. It's about time. So
Thanks,
thank you
Lynn.
very
I'm
much.
sorry.
No,
Um,
it's just, it's
I mean, just to balance it out, we're in Montgomery County, they won't allow us to do front load townhomes. So maybe between the two of you, we would get the right mix.
yeah, we'll get your architects to come up with something
Maybe a side loaded,
unique
that we haven't tried that yet.
unique and more Reston-like. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Lynn. Matt Stevenson.
Thank you. Well, as an architect, I don't know. I go back and forth. I do like the kind of front porch ability to create that streetscape condition on the pedestrian side of with the rear load townhouses, but I digress. I don't want to get too much into the design side of things here. This is a huge site. I mean, it's as big as just about, maybe not every site we've looked at, but it's up there. Can you actually pull up that drawing that was just there? I think my biggest question or suggestion or something to take a look at is, it feels really chopped up to me. You don't have to switch to it, but the other diagram you showed where it was just highlighting the green space, this plan to me really doesn't feel like it has kind of a big idea that connects everything together. I think it would at least be worth studying, some of the original like founding ideas of Reston, and this idea of creating like a village center. This is far enough away from the main metro, and I'm not saying that that's what you create. I mean, the transit corridor is the transit corridor, but I think creating some type of a like central space that feels like it's clearly the central space of this development would benefit it. You're sort of doing that in the CG1 area, and you said you've got a little bit of retail on the first floor, but I mean, I could see, taking some of the density off the LP3, the purple, whatever those 2/2s, like maybe that density gets transferred south, planned south. Maybe there's another multifamily building, but if there was a way to kind of connect through the CG1 and I guess it's PP6 area and kind of create this central green connective spine. And then if you could activate that with more retail, that starts to really create, a place there that becomes the central gathering spot for this whole community rather than kind of spreading it around. I mean, I like some of the little pocket parks here and there. I think they can be nice, but this just feels disjointed to me.
I appreciate that, Matt, and I'm not a land planner, and I won't pretend to be. I can tell you over the last 2 or 3 years of intense design, we've really looked hard at how can we create more than what we've shown here, that central organizing area. And we have studied this to death. We've looked at providing more retail. We've looked at a community center that could have retail light, if you will, amenity. And we're trying to balance what we can support. Of course, none of us want kind of an empty space. That multifamily will have retail. It will be facing out onto that green. Of course, the Lifetime has retail that's open to everyone, that you don't need to be a member. And going back to the thing you talked about, neighborhood, there are those components that I believe are typical of Reston in its history, in having a great recreation, and that's the Lifetime and the access to the parks and in the park area, the bike infrastructure and pedestrian infrastructure we're adding. Clearly, the dedication of the school site, the Montessori that exists, and then adding that retail. We do think that we can provide some of those elements that make the Reston neighborhood so successful. And many of those are here existing. I hear your point, though, about can we better connect the green spaces?
Yeah, it's stitching it all together. I think you've got a lot of the individual pieces, but how those come together to create this space, it's a design problem. It's something to continue to explore, I think.
And I'll just offer, I think we have Gabby from Land Design on, and I am probably the worst spokesman to talk about how we're stitching them together. But Gabby, can you contribute here?
I certainly can. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. As you can tell, the assemblage of land parcels is starting to tell the story from the very beginning. You see, and this is something we've taken to heart, the way that we've approached the cohesiveness of the space and the land plan. When you look at the outline of the assembly, coming in from Sunset Hills Road, this team and the owner applicant controls on one side of Business Center Drive. Our job is to begin to stitch that together from the moment when you control one side of the street, not necessarily the two. Continue, and then every parcel itself, applying the principles from the Reston Master Plan, which is connectivity, wellness, access to open space, and apply those at a granular level. So yes, the notion is that Central Park, which is our CG1, is the largest. And that's the one that has the community gatherings and the larger space for the big community events and stuff like that. The other parcels, we've deliberately studied a model where, and this highlighted in this plan is too small to see, but rather than establish a distance, we've established a walking time. This is even if it's 40 acres, we've taken the perspective that you can walk from Pocket Park to Pocket Park in minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 8 minutes, walking your dog, talking to your neighbor, collusions that happens a corner, from neighborhood to neighborhood. It's worth noting that our share use path is on the, it's northeast side of Business Center Drive, which is the page top. There's a share use path. There's the spine that connects the tissue of all the spaces. And this plan has been, massaged per staff comments. We've taken them to heart. So some of these opportunities they're already being improved. The opportunity to connect to Lake Fairfax Park via the share use path, a trailhead, and a sort of park that really abuts it in a meaningful manner, in an accessible way. That was also a priority. Making use of re-elevation changes to our advantage. The multi-use court that is proposed on the bottom of the page on PP8, I guess it's 8. It's an existing pad already in front of this. Is a maintenance shed, basically, and it's already lower, so it enjoys already some buffering that exists today, even with trees. Actually, we were out there in that community meeting last week, and we took some photographs. So I guess I'm getting long-winded, but what I'm trying to explain is that we're trying to, via a connectivity path that has this loop of the shared use path, spokes that come through that. Even with the challenges of this assembly of parcels, that when you look at it is not a pretty one, it's not a rectangle or a circle, it does have some missing teeth. How is the pedestrian experience enhanced? so that it's complete at all times. I think all the comments are valid, and we, like I said, we're going back to the principles of the master plan and the Reston guidelines to make sure that we are maximizing the opportunities.
Thanks,
The
Kathy.
rest of it is the adjacencies. That the adjacencies to the multifamily offers critical mass of usage and people. The adjacencies to Business Center Drive allows us to activate on the east, west, or north, south, or I guess it's the north, and it's not perfectly on the page. And then the rest of them is diffusing towards the parcels. I just want to reiterate just our acreage, just to be sure. Our yield or our requirement for park space, urban park space, is 3.9 or 3.29 acres. That's the requirement for this project. And we are providing a total of 4.59 acres in activated urban park space. So just wanted to kind of clarify that.
We'll look
And
at
we're-
it again and make sure we've done the right thing.
Yes,
The best
some of
in
these are
stitching it
being
together.
massaged. There's some comments from staff on some land parcels. Some of these geometries are being further studied. So we'll recalculate the acreage to be precise.
All right. Thank you, Gabriella.
Thank you.
Matt, did you have any other comments?
No, I still stand by my comments though, but thank you for the clarification.
I appreciate it.
Good comments. Thank you, Matt, as always. Looks like Michelle Kimmel.
Hi, thank you. I've got a few. Let me start with this one. Where exactly would mountain bikers park if they're going to access Lake Fairfax Park Trail Connection? Where is the parking for it?
The car parking, is that, yeah. So I
Yeah.
think if I've got it right here, Mark, you can jump in, but it's right where it says 2-minute walk.
That's right.
We've got parking. Angelina, you can help me. Yeah.
There is, yes, there is
On-street parking.
Parallel spaces there. That's right.
There's
And
parallel
on-
spaces there. Okay.
Yes.
Park
But-
10 on the north side of the street.
Okay. But those would be open spots. So they would also be used by the residents or guests of the residents. No guarantee they're really going to be open, right? It's not like
Well,
it's
it wouldn't be- you're
designated
right,
for
it
the
wouldn't be
trail.
residents, but guests of the residents. I think we'd be open to setting aside some of those for it's just a policing issue. I've got no issue setting aside some for folks that are going there to to make use of the trails. It's just kind of an enforcement issue. But yes,
Yeah, right.
I can tell you absolutely no residents would be permitted to park there.
Yeah, right now they're kind of squatters when they go in and do that. They're just using existing parking spaces, whether it's there or on the SkateQuest site.
Yeah, yeah. No, I was just trying to get an idea though, because, it seems that it's going to be hard to actually ensure that those would be available. And also if it's parallel parking and you have a lot of bikes on the back, not always the easiest to parallel park with, but
I will
regardless,
say this, we wouldn't exclude bikers from any other spaces on site.
Yeah.
So I get it. This is probably the most convenient, but there is this, the shared path running through the site. So parking anywhere along there and hopping on the path.
Okay. Can you walk me through just timeline? Because this is where I'm struggling a bit with this one. So the CG1, so that is not going to be part of your it's only part of the conceptual, not the final, right? And you guys, EYA, you are not building CG1, correct?
Both of those are correct.
Okay. What is I forget who owns CG1, but whoever the owner is, what is their timeline? I'm assuming you guys are ready to move as soon as you get approved. What would their timeline be?
So Angelina, I don't know, is Alex on from RMR? So the folks that own this, and I won't get the entities right, they own it today and they'll be developing this apartment building on the parcel that they own today. But before I speak, is any?
Yeah, the plan, Michelle, is that that area would be used in part for construction staging for the multifamily building, and then the park would be delivered, I'll call it sometime after the occupancy of the multifamily building begins. What the EYA team would do is deliver the athletic field in the upper left-hand corner concurrent with the land bay to which it is appended. The first phase of the development would likely be where PP3 is in the right-hand side. And then the second phase would be the area to the north up to the top. And the idea is that these are different unit types and different locations that don't necessarily compete with one another, meaning the 2/2s don't compete with the townhouses and don't compete with the multifamily. And so the plan would be to deliver the athletic field concurrent with the, I'll call it PP17, that area to the top. And then the central green would come on when the multifamily is developed. But that's obviously subject to market conditions as to the exact timing of that.
But is it right that, I mean, EYA would be ready to go pretty quickly? Do you have any idea just on what CG1's owner is thinking as far as timing?
Yes, I can provide some insight. Yeah, I can provide
Yep.
some insight as far as timing. So the intent is to advance the architectural design directly after CDP approval. So we will be going back, or the plan is to go back for FDP after we're able to advance the architectural design for the multifamily building.
Okay. So the sidewalk that is on Business Center Drive that's adjacent to the CG1 property, that doesn't continue. It drops off. I know because I just rode my bike with my kids the other day. Who's responsible for providing that? Would that only come online with CG1?
The permission would come on with CG1. That's right.
Okay.
And some of that is located. So part of it, where you see on the screen, 3-minute walk along Wildlife Center Drive, that property is actually where that 3-minute walk indication is. This street is actually owned by the Lifetime Fitness property owner. So Lifetime Fitness doesn't own the dirt. Somebody else owns the dirt, and then Lifetime operates on top of the dirt. And so the plan is that the sidewalk itself would be delivered concurrent with the development of the multifamily building. And then if we can get the permission of that owner, on-street parking would be provided within the street bed as well.
Okay. But right now, that intersection of, what is the road? I can't see the name. The one that's in front of Lifetime that intersects with Business Center Drive, that can kind of become a mess. And so that's going to stay as is until a later date, right?
Yes. Short answer is yes.
Okay. And then
yeah, until the I'll call it the multifamily building is developed. That's right.
all right. And then the connections to Michael Faraday and Roger Bacon, what has to happen for those to actually occur? How long, what is the timeline, and what is it that must occur for those to actually be in place and used?
So I'm going to go back. One thing to note before I flip the screen here, you'll notice that the extension of Wildlife Center Drive down to the common boundary with the Skate Quest just off of the page to the bottom, that is kind of I'll call it an angled or a curved view of the street. The example I'm going to go to 2 slides up, which shows the aerial context for these things. If I can get to it, stop sharing and get to the screen. Okay. Hopefully this loads.
We can see it.
Okay. So where I was pointing out the curve under the plan that we have now that we're going to resubmit to the staff, the Wildlife Center Drive would curve and go parallel to the Thompson Hospitality site, dead end into the Skate Quest site, and be connected to the future Roger Bacon Drive. And then the future Roger Bacon Drive would be connected to the extension of Michael Faraday Court. Part of the reason for doing it that way is that this clump of trees here, where the current plan that you see on the screen has those roads intersecting, is a different property owner. It's called Breckenridge, and both we and the county's transportation department, the supervisor's office, Commissioner Carter, and others have all had conversations with that owner about the timing for when that owner would come forward with any kind of I shouldn't say development proposal, because the green space here to the left towards Roger Bacon Drive is also owned by Breckenridge. They actually own 2 parcels through here. And they have not indicated a timing for when they would come forward with a development proposal. So we're going to show an option in the plan that would have the extension coming off of Wildlife Center Drive, intersecting with the Skate Quest property, which already has an ingress-egress easement coming off of Michael Faraday Court into the parking lot. So right now there is an ingress-egress easement that goes lateral or sideways off of Michael Faraday Court. Oops, my computer crashed. It does not like that slide. So anyway, coming in and intersecting with that road. The thought is that there's a better likelihood that the Skate Quest might come forward with a redevelopment proposal ahead of the Breckenridge properties. And so the Michael Faraday Court connection could be provided sooner than later. It's all off-site to the Lake Fairfax plan, and so it would need the cooperation and participation of the owner of the Skate Quest site in order for that connection to be provided. But we are setting it up to where that can be done today. The same thing is true with the Roger Bacon Drive extension. The only way for that to happen is through the off-site participation of off-site owners, unless the county wanted to come in and condemn one or both of those properties and construct the improvements themselves. But we've had numerous conversations, the applicant in this case, with all of those owners about trying to get their participation to accelerate the road construction off-site. And so far, everyone except the Skate Quest has, I'll say, not been willing to engage in the conversation.
Okay.
So I think I guess the long and the short answer is the timing, the where we know, and we've modified our plan as recently as last week to provide that flexibility. But so that's the where. The when is less certain.
Okay. And I've had one friend who stayed at that hotel, and she was able to walk from the hotel to Sunset Hills without having to go all the way back down Business Center Drive. Are there any potential temporary pedestrian connections or anything that can be done outside of the road? And I know when she walked, she did not stay on the hotel's property, obviously, but she definitely was trespassing on somebody's land, but it wasn't a horrible walk.
Yeah, the short answer is I don't believe that there is a path that has a public access easement over top of it all the way out to Sunset Hills Road, other than the future Business Center Drive connection. There's the abandoned Clay Lane area that is undeveloped and has kind of a pedestrian pass through there, but it used to be right of way and then was abandoned as such a long time ago.
I'm trying to picture it. I think the answer for us is everything that we build will have public access easements, and we've got sidewalks and paths throughout the site. But yes, if there's off-site, I couldn't speak to.
Okay. So can you also walk through now, if we could just talk about the school for a second? What is the reasonable timeline? Mark, you said not in the next 10 years, I believe. But you guys could potentially add a significant number of students if the county's estimations are correct. And at least by my reading of the proffer statements, you would not be contributing to the county or the school system to cover the needs of those students in anticipation that one day maybe we'll have a school. But we could be looking at a number of years before that's ever the case. To my knowledge, there's no money to really purchase or build the school from the county. And then the county, and the school board appear to be in a constant struggle on just finding a way to fund the budget. So how do we add this number of students without getting anything really from the developers?
Well, I guess I would challenge the notion that you're not getting anything, right? Because normally what would happen in any other application is that there would be a per student fee assessed in the proffers that would be contributed as development occurs to go to fund the capital requirements for the new kids that are being generated by the development. And there's a formula that gets applied, and you essentially write a check for that. In this particular case, as you acknowledge, the county school system doesn't have money to acquire by purchase multiple school sites. They recently acquired one out towards the Herndon area, on which they are going to build the Western High School. But that was, a pretty unique situation. Historically, they've gotten all of their school sites through dedications associated with rezonings, including one south of the toll road as recently as a few years ago. And so in this case, in lieu of contributing the cash for the school, we're dedicating the 4.5 acres to the school system, really to the county, for transfer to the school system to be used as a public school. The way the proffers are drafted is that we don't have an obligation to dedicate it until the county and the school system are ready to receive it. It's not that we don't want to dedicate it before then, it's that they don't have any interest in maintaining the site while it is not being used for a school. Similar to the Performing Arts Center and the Town Center, similar to any other dedications of land or buildings. Until they have need for it, the county doesn't want to receive it because they then have to maintain it, police it, mow the grass, do whatever it is. And so the way the proffers are drafted is that, and we're continuing to refine them, but the way the proffers are drafted at a high level is that EYA will continue to own the site. We can and will build the athletic field ahead of time. And then when the county is ready to receive it, then it would be dedicated for the public school purposes. And the value of that land far exceeds the value or the monies that would normally be contributed through the cash contributions by a factor of 5.
And I think that's the
And
point.
so-
We're making kind of an
Yeah.
in-kind contribution against the school impact taxes.
And I can recognize that. I understand that. It's just so far off from the immediate impact of having that number of students added to the system.
Yeah,
And
Michelle, I
again,
hear
when we
you.
look at the budget realities, I mean, we're told we can barely fund anything.
And now we're going to add a substantial number of kids without, providing, this is all going to Sunrise Valley. So again, without providing them with what they will need to handle that.
Yeah, I hear you, Michelle, and I guess, historically the school system has not been willing to and hasn't had any interest, for example, in leasing schools, having a private owner build a school, own it, and the school system lease it. They want to build their own, right? And so the timing of when the school is delivered relative to the units is really in the control of the school system based on their desires to when they think they need it and when they're ready to expend the capital. And I will say, if you notice, I sent you the school population numbers, the actual expected student generation, notwithstanding new development that would occur within this timeline, is actually decreasing because the highest birth year was 2007. And that was the year that I'll call it the maximum number of students in the school system were or did occur, and the student population numbers are going down in the ensuing 5 to 10 years because fewer people were having kids.
Can I ask, so you said the school site is 4.5 acres. When I looked it up, Sunrise Valley Elementary, I think, has 14.9 acres. Is this a pretty small school site? I mean, it seems, that it's lower than, lower than the ones that we have around here.
It's certainly smaller than some of the ones that you have around here. There are more urban schools like in Bailey's Crossroads that are on smaller sites. We used as the model for this site the newest school that was proffered out. It used to be called the Pomeroy property off of Frying Pan Road and 28 near the intersection with Centerville Road. And we use that as a baseline for how to lay the school out. That site is about 5 acres. The school system typically would like to see 5 acres. We've got 4.5, and we've had some conversations with them about when the Lifetime Fitness site were to come in with a redevelopment at some point in the future. There's excess, even if they don't, there's excess land on the parking lots of the Lifetime Fitness that could potentially be incorporated into the school site. And so to the extent that there's extra acreage that would be needed, a decade from now when school system's ready to build, they can revisit that acreage at that point.
Two quick things on Lifetime. One, you should visit it when the pool's open. That parking lot can get really filled. Number two, I can't say if you are really allowed to walk in and go into the cafe, but you walk in and you have to scan in as a member. So perhaps maybe it is open to the public, but it would not appear that way to the public.
The cafe is, as we understand it, or as I
Yeah,
understand
I did walk in there and ask the folks at the desk. So, an example of one, but yeah, we could call them up and confirm that.
Well, and I would say it is not an inviting to the public experience. And as a member of Lifetime, I know because I go frequently and scan in, it does not at all give the appearance, come in if you're not a member.
That's fair, right? Where we had to go in and ask. We are including, Michelle, retail in that multifamily building as well.
Yeah. I think that the bigger problems I have, and it's where the school is. Part of the Reston Comprehensive Plan, the original one, is that we could all walk to schools and that the kids could even walk there by themselves. It is tucked so far away, and really the only walkable homes are here, but it would have to serve more than just these students. And with really only one entrance and exit in the foreseeable future, That's a substantial amount of traffic in the morning with buses, parent drop off, because again, it's not walkable. Um, uh, you know, I I think the site of where the school is really does not make much sense from that perspective if we wanted this to be part of a larger community. Um, I also think that the bigger problem that, at least in the questions I've asked that we're hearing, is it's in the future, there's a likelihood when someone else does something, then we can see things come through. But some of these things are really integral to making this actually work. So, it's hard to see how this works with just Business Center Drive. Um, and, you know, um, it's just I don't know how this works, and it doesn't it's not making too much sense. But that's my thoughts. I think also, if this does proceed, the problem of pedestrian safety along the street fronting Lifetime is going to be significant, and that whole intersection has to be fixed, and should be fixed before people move in, along with the sidewalk that's adjacent to CG1. And those are my main points. So thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you for your valuable comments, Michelle. Sue and or David.
Yeah, hi. I'm certainly not the only one on this committee that is interested in seeing how this very large section of Reston is being redeveloped. And for the most part, I think the developer, UIA, and their legal talent have a good scale that they're working with. I will say that I like Matt's suggestion that this be not a town center, but some kind of a central, have some kind of a central feel. So maybe in the course of this redevelopment, that his comments can be included. So I've got 3 points. First of all, this property, actually far beyond this property, on the other side of Sunset Hills, down toward Wheelie, cries out for a grocery store. You really need to put, if it's possible, I don't know, maybe not a giant, but maybe a Trader Joe's in this site someplace, or just close to this site someplace. Secondly, you've got, I believe, 1,400 residences, somewhere around in that number. And I would urge you folks and Commissioner Carter and Supervisor Alcorn to start conversations now about expanding the number of ADUs and WDUs that you folks can offer here. You've got a lot of residences that we are in desperate need of ADUs and WDUs, and this would be an ideal move. EYA has an excellent reputation around the DMV, and this would be an ideal thing to do, is up your percentages from 12 to, I don't know, 15, something like that. And thirdly, William Pegues is not here tonight. So, well, maybe he is. I didn't see him on the list.
That's him talking in the background.
Obviously. So I'll do a poor imitation of him and let him say it himself. But you have an extraordinary amount of roof space. And the more of that roof space you can use for green roofs and that kind of stuff, that would not only be a benefit to the community and a benefit to all the, but a benefit also to all the residents there. And William can give you chapter and verse on why that's true. So that's all I had.
And
Thanks,
most of
David.
yeah, and
Uh,
most of what Dave just mentioned was on my list as well. So especially, mixed use, a small grocery store, a small soda, coffee, bike shop, something to really activate the space, something where, people can walk to a grocery store. You're going to have dense housing at Isaac Newton Square. You'll have the Pulte development across the street and all of the other residential that's already existing there. You have Reston Station, which has just opened more condominiums. So there's lots of living residents and in this area, and a grocery store would really be needed. I'm not sure that it belongs on your site, but somewhere nearby. Um, in terms of sort of a soda, coffee, bike shop, I'm thinking of activating this space. You're so close to the OD Trail, and I don't know if a space on your site could be activated for that. I'm thinking of the site down in Herndon where, you have bikers and pedestrians, and it's very activated right downtown. And somewhere in this whole area, we need to be thinking about that. Again, I'm not saying that it belongs in your site, but in the near area. In terms of gosh, when we reviewed this 2 to 3 years ago, and you didn't have all of the details, it was just a rough idea. And we talked about a few things, and um, one of the most important was that second traffic connection. This is essential, if not critical, to the project. So thank you for doing that. And the other thing that we talked about was the school site. And I recall discussing the school site and the best location for the school site. And you put it exactly where we said it should be. So thank you for doing that. And thank you for reserving it as a school site as opposed to simply contributing money to the school district. I think this is very important for the future. And whether in the future it is the best site or not, will be seen, but I I just appreciate what's been done. It's a very detailed project and you've come a long way. That's all.
Thank you, Lynn.
A lot of great comments there. And I think that was Sue, just so you know.
Sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, there's a lot of folks on the call here. Just want to chime in, on Michelle's comments on the school. I kind of was curious about that too. It just doesn't quite make sense. The size doesn't quite make sense, and just have a lot of question marks there. Appreciate Matt's comments on stitching things together. That was great. And the other comments we've heard. I guess one question I have on the stormwater, in addition to the great comments on green roofs, are you achieving and meeting the 1-inch retention on the Reston comprehensive plan?
No, is the short answer. And there's multiple reasons that go into it, but the largest of which is that when you have a townhouse development as opposed to a concrete or steel multifamily development that you might see at the transit stations, it's harder to be able to capture and treat like roof and green roofs and that sort of thing. And so you end up having to do a lot of it at the ground, as you know. And we actually, Nick Richardson from VICA was on. I don't know whether he's still on.
Nick is on, and maybe he can explain
we
what
had
we
a
achieved.
lengthy conversation with the county stormwater folks about this.
Yeah, we definitely had, I actually wasn't a part of that call, but we had a lengthy conversation with those guys, and we came both to an understanding that we cannot meet the Reston comprehensive plan guidelines, but we are meeting, and we're going to go above and beyond to achieve what's required by Fairfax County in general.
Yeah, and just to add to that, so even if we turned all of this site, you got rid of the surface parking lots and turned it all into lawn, we still wouldn't meet the 1-inch requirements, because it's just the starting point is different. And so what we're focused on is putting in redundancies into the treatment facility so that you are treating it once, releasing it, treating it twice, and then releasing it, and then incorporating things like permeable pavers and some other things in places where we can, to be able to squeeze every little I'll call it treatment that's available into the site. But because we're starting at a different point, we can't meet the 1-inch retention expectations, just physically on the site based on the style of development that is proposed and the existing conditions that are out there.
How close, Nick, how close are you getting to the requirements?
I'm not exactly sure, to be honest with you. I couldn't give you an
Nick,
exact number.
Nick was on paternity leave for a short time,
Yeah.
so we're catching him up and
Oh,
catching
congrats.
him up on his sleep.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I think, John, if memory serves me correctly, we're at the kind of 0.7-ish range. I can get you the exact number, but that's when we resubmit. We just had that meeting about a week and a half ago, and so we haven't seen the updated plans to give you exact. I don't know the exact number yet, but it's in the 0.7-ish range out of the 1.0.
Okay, well, I'll give you some credit. That's better than some of the more recent applicants have made. So thank you for making good efforts there.
And just on the environmental, John, I mean, somebody had mentioned all of our solar, we have an option for wiring for solar panels should a homeowner choose to do it. We wire for EVs, and the townhomes, we've committed to all electric. So it is a focus of ours at EYA to kind of be on the leading edge of environmental sustainability.
Awesome. Thank you for mentioning that. Definitely others would have asked about that, and I don't think they're here tonight, but thank you, Jack. Tammy, I know you've been patient. I don't know why your hand went down a minute ago. It certainly wasn't me, but I saw it go back up. So thank you for doing that.
So Sue, I totally have another Sue Straits talking about thank you for keeping the school in that corner. Last time we had this project come before us, the committee comments that I remember asked for the school to be flipped out of that hidden location, given more acreage, and maybe even be put on back out on adjacent to Sunset Hills Road and Business Center Drive. And that was a pretty robust conversation as I remember it. And, you know, we have this playing field set off in the back. I don't know what you put there. It seems like this is not under any circumstances an urban neighborhood. So why are we having urban elementary school acreage of 4.5 acres when other schools are in excess of 12 acres or 14 acres? That makes no sense to me. So that was a comment that was completely ignored in the subsequent planning of this thing. I just wanted to bring that up no, that was for sure. We asked that the school be moved out of that little area for the very reasons that Michelle talked about. The bus traffic and the parents dropping people off and picking up. You can't get buses back there turned around and all the traffic. You're going to have stack backs on Business Center Drive that are horrendous 2 times a day. So I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy.
Sorry, I was muted. Tammy, thank you for the comment. Are you looking for any feedback from Grove Slate on that?
Me?
Yes.
No, I'm just stating that was not this committee previously had said no bueno on tucking the school back there on that tiny 4.5 acres. That was the original idea, and we didn't like it. So I just want to say that that was ignored from our previous input into the owners here.
Okay. Thank you, Tammy. Anything else?
No, not me.
Okay. Lynn, looks like you're up again.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry. I had two more questions, maybe three that popped into my head. In terms of the traffic on Sunset Hills Road and all of the population coming, I guess they're going to change this from Business Center Drive. And I do want to just add, for the edification of everyone on this call, when we worked on the Reston Comprehensive Plan, we spent a ton of time talking about this site. And the fact that it is in the comprehensive plan as remaining as a commercial industrial site is where our small businesses going to set up. We're losing a lot of the office space to rezoning residential. But the traffic from all of these residents going onto Sunset Hills Road, and I know that traffic now backs up at Hunter Mill. So are they talking about widening Sunset Hills Road to accommodate that? Has there been a traffic study?
Yeah,
Maria,
so
are you able to address the traffic question?
Yeah, short
Absolutely.
answer is we did a traffic study. The comprehensive plan, as you know, calls for the widening of Sunset Hills Road to 4 lanes all the way out to Hunter Mill. We are reserving across the frontage of this site sufficient right of way to accommodate the four lanes across our frontage. We don't obviously control the section to the east of the site. General Dynamics similarly dedicated reserved right of way for the widening across its frontage all the way to the VDOT facility that abuts it.
Right.
So there's some right of way that's already been reserved for dedication out there, but I'm not aware of funding plans at the moment to widen that stretch through there. From a traffic standpoint, for those of you who have been around, you'll remember leaving Lake Fairfax Business Park in the afternoons. It would back up to get out of the park. It would back up at Hunter Mill Road in order to get to the toll road. And there's a whole reason as to why it backs up that far. And it has to do with the spacing between the intersection of Sunset Hills Road and the toll road today. But all of that was inbound in the morning and outbound in the evening. And what will happen with this is you're actually reversing those trips. Right. And they will be outbound in the morning and inbound in the evening. And the total volume of trips at the same time, in addition to the directional change, the total volume of trips as compared to when the office park was fully leased will go down as well. So not only will you have different directional trips, you'll have a lower volume at the same time. And there's more than enough capacity now that the traffic light has been installed that General Dynamics did at the intersection of Business Center Drive and Sunset Hills to be able to handle the cars coming into and out of the site. And so from a traffic standpoint, it's actually an improvement over what had been the case a decade or more ago when the office park was fully leased. And then we're also at the same time improving the pedestrian and bike connectivity through the area, or laying the bones, I'll say, for doing that.
Okay,
So
thank you, Mark.
Yeah, the numbers belie the perception sometimes.
Okay, and then so you were saying that there's going to be retail at CG1, and I'm just wondering, where are the loading zones planned? And you said that there will be on-street parking on Business Center Drive for guests,
I don't know that
visitors.
there's parking on Business Center Drive,
Yeah.
given the site distances. So it's not on
Right.
Business Center Drive, but maybe Alex, you can speak to, and I know you haven't designed the building yet, but if you can speak to how you anticipate it loading, or Mark, if you have a sense.
Yes, as it's planned now, the loading zone will be on the plan south of the building. And
Okay.
that will be loading for residents move-ins, and just overall circulation for the parking deck.
Okay. Thank you. And then my last question, and probably one of the most important questions, is are these, yeah, and I love Matt's idea of, you know, a village center type of development. Will these residences be members of Reston Association?
Yeah, thanks, Lynn. It's something we really haven't focused on. I was with a member of Reston Association. We did a public meeting the other week.
Natalie.
And pardon me?
Natalie,
yes.
yes.
And
Yep, Natalie's
we're-
on.
Yep. Hi, Natalie. And what I said to her was, once we get through this entitlement part of the phase, we're going to start to look at our HOA budget. If you know our communities, we maintain our roads, our street tree panels, our landscape beds, the stormwater, all of those things. We need to, given the amount of amenity that exists here, we need to make a decision and have a discussion with RA about what they could offer to the residents here, and is that a value for them? And so what services at what price, and kind of evaluate that given the overall cost of the HOA. So no decision, but a discussion to be had.
Angelina and I are actually presenting to the RA board in 3 or 4 weeks. So I'm sure this will be part of the conversation.
Mark, doesn't this
Thank
fall within the normal Reston boundary?
It's part of the Reston TSA, if that's what you mean, but it was originally part of the RCIG area.
Gotcha. So it doesn't currently fall on the Reston Association. Oh,
Yeah,
interesting.
that's because it's commercial. So if you want
Yeah.
to be rezoned for residential, then think about joining Reston Association, for God's sake.
Yeah, it is a really good value. I think it's what, $600 or
It is.
$700 a year for all the 15 pools and all the other things that it
Tennis
offers.
courts,
So,
yeah.
yeah, it is a good value. And if you don't join, there's a negative value for everyone else, because they will still use a lot of the same facilities. So that's why it's such a sensitive topic, if you're wondering.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. That's the rest of my questions, John. I'm done.
All right, thank you. We probably do need to move this along a little bit. We got still some ground to cover. Michelle, do you have more comments?
Yeah, I had one because the grocery stores were brought up. Have you guys, has EYA taken back the property that Comstock was going to develop with the grocery store? Is that correct? Did you guys own that?
No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure, Michelle, what you're speaking of. Mark, does any of this make no?
Okay.
I believe that's JBG. This is Mark.
Is that
Zeros. I
JBG?
believe that's
Okay,
JBG.
thank you,
Yeah.
thank you, thank you. Okay, all right. It's late. I'm sorry.
No,
Okay,
that's fine.
Have you done a traffic study with the school in mind, or are you only looking at the? Okay, and so you have that. Okay. And then just very last question. So, what is which parcels come online first? Are you thinking right now?
I think just broadly speaking, Michelle, we're going to start from Sunset Hills and work our way. Oh, I don't know. I'm not going to say directions, but work our way from right to left, from Sunset Hills towards Lifetime.
Towards Lifetime. Okay, and then one question for David. Based on the plan language, the SSPA plan language, that does not dictate where the school would go, correct? It just says that a school should go. So are there
does the plan language allow for a different placement?
Yes, the plan text provides flexibility. It could go anywhere in Lake Fairfax Business Center.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. Katie McLean.
Hey, good evening. I just have one question. I'm gonna circle back to like one of your beginning points, where you were talking about the parking for the folks that want to go on the trail, like, or, you know, go mountain biking. And you said, well, yeah, we would say residents can't park on the streets. But if they're private streets, which is what you just, I guess I need to determine, are these private roads? If they're private roads, can you really tell a resident that can't park on the street within their community?
We can, Katie, in our HOA documents, and we've done this at every community we've developed, we forbid the residents from parking on the streets. Now, their guests can park on the streets, but not the residents.
Okay, all right. I was curious about that. Thank you so much. And I will just say, I kind of agree with what Lynn was just saying about Reston Association. You know, we all live, I mean, I live in a private neighborhood. My HOA pays, you know, we pay all this stuff and do exactly what you just described. And we have lots of open green space and park space in my neighborhood. But Reston Association, that's part of the point of living in Reston, is like community. And, you know, you're walking on the paths, you're swimming at the pools, playing pickleball, tennis, whatever. It's like you guys really should include it just for the benefit of your residents to feel like they're part of Reston. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, good point. All right. Any other P&Z committee members? Supervisor Alcorn or Commissioner Carter? If you're still there.
Nothing for me.
Yes, I'm still here. I'm just wondering how we get to wherever it is we're going. There's lots of comments back and forth. Some of the comments are part of what EYA does, but are not really part of the SSPA or the zoning case. So I think we could work on some of those things to get a little closer. An example was the open space. I would urge us to use the county's method of describing the open spaces rather than just central green and other spaces. The other thing that might be worth talking about, there's a lot of, I don't know whether this goes very well with the comp plan and the way it's written. The comp plan now, I think Lynn was bringing this up as this is an industrial area. This was the area where some of the less glamorous uses would be things, but important things like post office, auto repair, the data center, the hotel. So I wonder, I'm not sure how you do this, but it's a description of what you're not doing versus what you are doing. There are a lot of things that will remain here. And those things that will remain are part of the community. Data center, post office, the self-storage, the Cornerstones has their office here, the bike shop, those things. So a way of describing what you're not doing, as opposed to we're just going to turn this all over to residential and let's move on. But I think we're doing a lot more than that. And then I wondered if I was listening to Matt quite a bit there. I wonder if the drawing is a bit of a challenge. So if you look at the drawing, it lays out all the units nicely, but sometimes that's not what people are looking for. They're looking for the open space and the residential and how that all goes together, and maybe come back and think about separately the placemaking part of it. What are the streets that you're building and how are they furnished and what are they going to provide? And then again, this open space. The county has four. They really only have four different types of open spaces: central green, linear park, active recreation, small urban parks, alias pocket parks. But a little more description about those and what goes in there. playgrounds, a little more description about that. And I think you would have a stronger application. And just that first drawing, I think would look better. That was annotated properly. So I wonder if we could just take a look at all this, the comments we got tonight, and get those all together. You see how this, it doesn't do what Matt was talking about. You don't get it right off. And it misses the streets. The open spaces are, maybe they're good, but it doesn't have all of them on there. It doesn't have some things. And my last thing is the environment. EYA is famous for doing that, but there's no description of what you're doing. You actually are going to have an RPA in one area. The existing plan talks about the setbacks and the tree preservation. They actually talk about a 50-foot gap. I'm not even sure where that is. I see the description. But that's this linear park that goes on the whole east side of this. Anyway, I think we could take these comments, put it together, and probably have something a bit better than we have at this point. So anyway.
I appreciate that, Commissioner. And yeah, sometimes we go to, just jump to the, the plan view. And I know for this experienced group, it gets us 90% there, but it is still hard. I've been doing this for a long time and I need better visuals. So yeah, I appreciate that.
But it would be the dialogue that goes along with that. I think that's what Matt was talking about.
Yeah. Well, I'm too old to get good at that, unfortunately. So we'll leave that to Gabby.
Can't get away that easily.
Great comments, Commissioner Carter. Anything else?
All right. I won't go into all the details. I mean, there are lots of things I could think of, but it was a pretty good session, I think.
Yes, I agree.
So for
wise as always.
But before we break, John, I figured I'd take one moment for those who care, that Paraguay beat Germany 4-3 in penalty kicks.
Oh, wow.
And the Netherlands and Morocco are tied 0-0 nearing the end of the first half.
Mark, have you been watching it on your phone
I
during
just
this?
pulled it up.
Okay.
I just pulled it up.
I'll tell you what.
Wow. Appreciate the live updates. So any comments from the community? Not seeing any hands raised. It sounds like we have some work to do, so I don't think we're probably ready for a vote or anything. Mark or Jack?
Recall that there's two elements to this, right?
Yeah.
There's the rezoning, which doesn't go to the Planning Commission and the board until the fall. And then there's the SSPA, which David is doing, which is going to the Planning Commission next month, but doesn't have any of the drawings. It's text only. So the SSPA is really the staff's proposal as opposed to the applicant's proposal.
So the SSPA would be what, to change the land use from what it is today to residential?
Yep.
Yeah, it's an option, residential. Yes.
And is that what you'd be looking for support on today, or what specifically are you looking for?
I'm not asking for anything.
Gotcha. I think the P&Z's general idea is that we do want to, when possible, weigh in to provide, support or not for Commissioner Carter and Supervisor Alcorn to take forward. Any comments from, or I guess motions from P&Z at all? I know, Tammy, you had said you didn't feel like you had time to review things. Any comments from anyone or motions?
Yeah, I don't think, and what we've heard tonight is so much ambiguity. We're not sure this, but this is an idea. So I don't think we should even have a vote on this. We're not ready. We don't have enough
Well,
information.
by sometimes not commenting is comment as well.
Well,
So
okay, should we make a motion that we're confused?
Can I ask one question of David with the SSPA language? The part that's holding me still up is that there really isn't a firm plan to add another exit and entrance. And I recognize that the applicant of the rezoning can only do so much given what they own. But the language presented still only says that you have to make it accessible. We don't have a real path forward to actually getting those streets in place, it sounds like. Not for some time. And I'm trying to be very generous. I'm not trying to be argumentative in any way, but it seems like that's where we are. We're really looking at one entrance and exit.
Well, they have to provide space for the future connections for the second entrance. But you're right, it's going to be dependent on when the adjacent properties redevelop. And this network of street is already in the adopted comprehensive plan, as I'm sure all of you know. But again, it's dependent on what happens with adjacent properties.
Will the adjacent properties need an SSPA, or will this be implied that they also have to provide the connection?
Well, right now, again, well, the network of streets, the connecting streets is already in the existing comp plan. So if they were to redevelop, they would have to provide that connection. And if they did require an SSPA to do something that's any kind of change to the plan, then that language would probably be added to that plan amendment as well if that happened.
You need a connection with or without the SSPA, I guess is one way to put this.
So is the SSPA, are we like a little premature then if you don't like, I'm just wondering, I don't know what kind of a motion, but could we make a motion to say like, I don't know if I would support the SSPA because like all the pieces to the puzzle are not figured out because maybe Skate Quest is like, we're never gonna redevelop. Maybe, who was the other group? Maybe they're never gonna redevelop and then there's just all these 1,100 homes are just trapped with one way in, one way out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I guess in the whole point of the SSPA, I thought was like, because you have all your eggs are in the basket and you are ready to go. And that's why you're coming here for like a special exception. And I don't know, like from what I'm hearing, I don't know if the SSPA is the avenue. Just my thoughts.
Tammy,
Well, again, let's take a step back, if you don't mind, for a second, which is the SSPA, the comprehensive plan generally, is a guide to future development. It is not a regulatory document. It grants no rights. It authorizes nothing. Instead, it is a vision for what you want to see happen. The rezoning and the subsequent permit documents that go with that are what actually authorizes the development. In this case, and even then, it's you got site plans and other stuff that come behind it. Even then, as a matter of policy and as a matter of law, the improvements that are to be proffered as part of a development are those that are necessary to mitigate the impacts of the development. As I mentioned earlier, the traffic study that we have conducted for the site demonstrates that the volume of traffic can be served by the existing entrance off of Sunset Hills Road today. We have fewer trips than what the office would do, and they're in the opposite direction as what the office, when it was fully leased, did. So from a traffic mitigation standpoint, the improvements that are being proposed are more than sufficient to handle the demand on the roads as a result of the development. What you're talking about is, as a long-term matter, to solve existing congestion off-site from this site, most notably the intersection of Sunset Hills and Wheelie Avenue, there is a desire to have multiple connections coming through this area to mitigate that development. One is the Roger Bacon Drive extension, east-west. The other is the Michael Faraday Court extension, north-south. All of those improvements are part of the future grid network. The county has been, for the past 20 years, collecting proffer dollars and collecting tax revenues to provide for, I'll call it, missing links in the grid network that cannot be provided as part of the development or redevelopment process because, for example, a property owner chooses not to redevelop, or there's a gap in a sidewalk, a gap in a road that can be bridged by using public dollars to provide I'll call it that missing link. In this case, the county has the option, and whether the county attorney's office advises the supervisor that this is the appropriate course of action, the county has the legal authority to condemn and to use those funds to build the missing links within the grid system. Obviously not the first choice, but it does exist. And we've obviously been trying to coordinate with those owners to try to see if we can facilitate that improvement sooner than later. And they've so far been, other than SkateQuest, have been unwilling to engage in the conversation. But even SkateQuest is still years away. From an implementation standpoint, we don't need to have the improvements in place for the EYA development to function properly. It definitely is beneficial long term to have multiple points of ingress and egress, and that's why the comprehensive plan recommends those connections. But in terms of the delivery, this is I'll get on my soapbox for a second, but when we as a community decide to fund the bulk of our infrastructure through proffers and through development and redevelopment, as opposed to spending public dollars on it, these are the timing challenges that come with that. And so the best that you can do is to set it up for success by reserving rights of way, identifying alignments and that sort of thing that can function. And then when you can make the connection, you make the connection.
But is there a reason, and this one, and Mark, forgive me, but why not just go through regular channels for this though? Why do the SSPA? Because I thought, why not just go through the regular channels?
The comprehensive plan, as Lynn talked about earlier, currently recommends this area for industrial and office uses, reflective of the planning designation it was given in the 1980s. So in order to implement the residential, we have to change the comprehensive plan to change the long-term vision from industrial and office to residential mixed use. And so that's the SSPA, is to change the long-term vision for the land uses in the area. We're not changing the vehicular connections as part of this. That's already baked into the comprehensive plan. What we're changing is the land uses that would be developed in the area. And then the rezoning sets out the proffer commitments for what EYA has to do as part of its development to facilitate that long-term vision for, among other things, the road network.
Tammy, thank you for your patience. Go ahead.
Yes, I just have to reiterate what John Carter said. I worked on the master plan for 3 years, and we absolutely positively held this area as the ugly business area. And now all of a sudden, we have an applicant coming in here saying, we're going to switch this to 1,250 or however many, a lot of residential units. We cannot do this. If we take away the only place left in Reston for industrial, what are we left with? We don't have enough information. I don't think we've thought this through. I don't know, not having industrial area in Reston, where else does anybody know any other industrial? It's not going to go adjacent to Dulles Toll Road. So I make a motion that we thank the applicant and call it a night. We have another application coming forward and it's almost 10 o'clock right now.
I have a question for you, Mark, and then
I second Tammy's motion.
you
Before
thank
discussion.
them, but you're not really. You probably need to specify what your motion says. Just thanking them for coming here tonight. I don't know if that's a
Well,
action.
we need to I make a motion that we deny this residential only action because we need to keep some industrial area within Reston, and this is what was selected in years of planning on the Reston master plan.
Mark, question for you, and then David and or Sue have a question. Are data centers allowed in this current zoning by right?
Yes. Not
Yes.
not by right. Well, there's some that's allowed
Fair.
up to a certain level, but if you want to go above that level, it requires a special exception.
Gotcha. So we're looking at vacant office or data centers, just for everyone's thoughtful consideration, or the residential that they're proposing here. David and or Sue.
Yeah, I firmly disagree with the direction Tammy wants to take this, because how long have those buildings been empty? And where are they going to get filled? You're either asking for dead space between Sunset Hills Road and except for the Montessori school, you're looking at dead space, empty buildings between Sunset Hills and Lifetime. And that's not a useful piece of property. That doesn't do anything for Reston. And there is so much other empty office space around town. Holding that in abeyance until somehow office space is in demand again is a waste. And
I appreciate
what
that.
we need to do, I think what we need to do is we need to, because there are issues, right? We've all identified issues, but we are confusing an SSPA application for a detailed discussion of how these different buildings are used and what do they look like and all that stuff. That's not the issue tonight. The issue is moving this thing along as an SSPA, because if we don't, it's just going to sit on the shelf. And again, we're not going to be able to develop that. Nobody's going to be able to develop that as an office space. It's already empty. And I just think we need to let the process play itself out, advance this as an SSPA that needs to be worked on, and and get it moving down the road. Because yes, if you don't like where the school is, or you don't like what how the entrance works or whatever, you don't solve that problem by just saying no, we don't want to do this.
David, I'll just jump in, and I appreciate that comment. There is, first off, this office park is not serving kind of what I think when we're talking about industrial uses, the auto mechanic, the air conditioning guy. This is obsolete, functionally obsolete office that would take hundreds of millions of dollars of investment, and tenants wouldn't come. They don't want to. They want to work near the metros, which was the plan of that Reston has embarked upon. So no one would justify putting the hundreds of millions in to get the tenants that don't want to be there. And so it's the choice between a vibrant community that's contributing to the community and to the tax base, or vacant office that continues to kind of devolve.
Yes. Mike Jennings.
Yeah, hi. I just also wanted to chime in, just as David did. I 100% agree with David that, you know, we should move this along for further discussion. I spent about a month at the Homewood Suites over there in early 2024 because we had a house fire, and that's where my insurance company put us. Spent a lot of time walking around over there. There's nothing but empty buildings. Somebody has to keep them up. I was like, I couldn't believe that this place existed with all these empty buildings, including the National Wildlife Federation, which is a beautiful building up against the woods, but it's not being used. So I think this is a great conversion. Again, a plan that we can discuss more about rather than arguing about streets and sidewalks at this point in time. And as far as where else is there land like this, well, the RCIG, if you look from on Sunrise Valley Drive, from Soapstones all the way to Hunter Mill, it's the same kind of office building space that if we have this huge need for these kinds of businesses, which I really don't think, because even the office building I used to have my business in on Sunrise Valley is still not rented out. It's not like we don't have any of this space anywhere else. So I'm with you, David. I think this should be, we should consider moving this forward. That's it.
I'd like to say one other thing. You all are conflating office and industrial. They are different. And that's my point. And if the developers want to keep half of this space industrial, fine. If they will move the school site, fine. Put some residential back there, but not to the extent that this proposal asks. Industrial is not office. I don't argue with you that we have too much office space as it is. That's not the point. It's that ugly stuff that we need a spot for.
But Tammy, all the buildings over there are office buildings. I don't understand why you were saying we're losing industrial when I was there for 3 weeks. There's nothing but offices over there.
We worked on the master plan for 3 years, and that was dedicated industrial space. That was the one spot in Reston that we thought was away from existing residential, where industrial uses would not be a detriment. It's buffered from equestrian estates that to the east. So you all can do what you want as far as any vote. I don't think we should vote, but if we're going to, that's my position. Thank you. And we have a third applicant tonight, and it's 10 o'clock.
Yeah. So I agree with Mike and David that, we probably should find some way to support this going forward. But there's a lot of details that still need to be worked out. So if I were to make a motion, I know you have a motion on the table that's seconded, Tammy. We're going to vote on that in a second. I would vote to support the SSPA because I think that makes sense for all the reasons already talked about, but vote no on the current zoning application until we have time to vet it further, even as Commissioner Carter indicated. So that would be my opinion.
And John, just to be clear, we're not asking you to vote on the rezoning.
No, I know you're not, but we've been asked by, Supervisor Alcorn to, provide our input on things. So I guess unless someone tells us not to, and I know they're both on, then, we can figure that out. Tammy's has a motion to say no to anything presented tonight and seconded. Any further comments? discussion?
Tammy, with all due respect, I think if you were willing to withdraw your motion, I think we could move forward with John's.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I'll make a motion then that we vote to approve moving forward with the SSPA, but vote no on supporting the rezoning until we get further details and come to an alignment with Commissioner Carter and other members of the Planning Commission on the details.
I'll second that.
Can I ask one quick question? Mark, if we vote no tonight, are you still coming back? Or do you consider this our final? Do we have assurance that this isn't our last time to discuss this?
I think, Michelle, we had anticipated coming back. Certainly that was my intent going into it. I think the question is, if you all are just putting it in the Commissioner Carter's hands at this point, then I don't know that there's a need to come back if that's what you're doing, but we had certainly intended before this to come back at a later date.
Please come back, because we didn't get the material or the packet until 2 days ago. And this is a very important part of Reston.
John,
Well,
could we
and
sorry, go ahead. No, I was just saying, can we consider some changes to your motion just so we're keeping it that the applicant will come back?
Well, I think we're saying no as presented today, and that we want them to come back. It's up to, we serve at the behest of Supervisor Alcorn. So Supervisor Alcorn can decide at any point in time whether or not he wants us to consider any cases, to be frank. Right. And so he's asked us to, be a partner to him and Commissioner Carter, and this has been ongoing for years and years, right? But this is to support them and to, represent the community. So it's really up to them what we weigh in on or not. So we're saying we support the SSPA. We actually support the rezoning too, but not as presented. And so we would like you to come back. I think that's exactly what we're saying.
Yeah,
That's
Mark, John, thank you. Mark, when could you come back on the rezoning?
I think we need to talk about it. We are intending to make a submission in the middle of July back to staff so that they can start to cobble together their staff report. And so I need to think about it in the context of that. I think the other question is what exactly it is that we're focusing on with whatever we do between now and the time that we resubmit. It's one thing to think about the stitching of the open spaces together. It's another thing to wholesale move the school site to the opposite side of the development. Because frankly, we had that conversation collectively 2 years ago, and the school site is where it is as a result of those conversations. So it was, school system and park authority and others involved in that. So it's that piece of it has been baked for some time.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. John, from my point of view, the SSPA is the only thing immediate. So if you want to weigh in for now on the rezoning part, that's fine. But that I think still needs some more detail, as Commissioner Carter pointed out, and I think that's something Mark will be coming back to you on.
Right on. Okay. I appreciate the context and the clarification. So I'll restate my motion, David, to say we're in support of the SSPA and moving that forward with the understanding that the plans will be coming back to us before they're approved for the rezoning to further refine some of the details.
No, that's
We're
fine.
not approving the site plan.
Not approving the site plan, correct. Because for the SSPA, the site plan would not be a part of that. David, any comments, clarifications?
No, I think that's a fine restatement.
Okay. Any other comments? All right, all in favor, raise your hand. David, Sue, since you seconded it, I'm assuming at least one of you sent support.
Yes, that's two votes for.
2 votes for, okay. Oh, my hand went down for some reason. All right, so I'm counting 7 and then 2 plus 2 for David and Sue, so 9-4. Is that correct? Okay, so we'll go with that. 9-4. All right, lower your hands. All opposed? I'm showing 2. So currently showing 9-2. Any abstentions? Okay, motion passes. Thank you all for your extended patience over the years and also for tonight. I know it's hard to get to the right solution sometimes, but in the long run, it makes Reston a better place. So thank you for that.
John,
Thank you
could
very
I
much.
just say, John, it's Supervisor Alcorn, if I could just say one thing.
Yes.
My ears are still ringing with Mark Looney saying he's not asking for anything. Which and
We'll document
remembering Tammy's stifling a laugh. So I've never heard that come out of his mouth before, but anyway, you live long enough, you see everything, I think. So.
I just meant we weren't asking for a vote on the rezoning tonight.
Okay. Got it. All right.
We're gonna ask for 2 things next time.
Yeah.
Supervisor Alcorn, that was a perfect example of a non-denial denial.
Very
Thank
good.
you all.
Thank you guys for
Thank
your
you.
time.
Thank you too. Okay, thanks for keeping us moving here, Tammy. Land use application 3, Lake Ann Village Center, land unit D, and the notes I had from Mark are base redevelopment option for land unit D, developed with the Crescent apartments and gas stations, is residential GFA equivalent to 750 multifamily units and 2,000 square foot of non-residential units. Preliminary recommendation would increase non-residential uses to a maximum of 20 to 30,000 square feet. This change would enable RCC to co-locate a new community center with a redeveloped Crescent site. I have Fairfax County as the presenters. I'm not sure if there's a land use partner, as the other 2 cases have had, representing the landowner.
Tazi Mohameen is here to present.
Okay.
And
Tazi.
Supervisor, did you want to go first?
Yeah, let me jump in if I could.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, John. And by the way, thank you all for all this time and effort you're putting in to all these cases. A little bit of flashbacks to the few years ago when we didn't have Mark, but Jose was working with us on the comp plan. Anyway, just very quickly, to put this in context, I think everybody is aware of this, but the current comprehensive plan for all of Lake Ann has a couple of different options. The most advanced option assumed that there would be one big coordinated redevelopment. That did not happen. So since then, different blocks have moved forward at their own pace with redevelopment. We've got, the Lake Ann Fellowship House redeveloped. That's moved forward. We're now looking at the Crescent redevelopment site. There is an option for redevelopment of the Crescent to include up to 750 units, and this is in the base option or the first option, but only 2,000 square feet of non-residential space. There's also another option if the Crescent were consolidated with the parking lot that mostly Clarke owns, that would have allowed up to 50,000 square feet of non-residential use and actually a number of additional residential units. That's actually not happening. The plan has been, and there's a definite need to redevelop the Crescent site. But during the Lake Ann visioning study, which happened just a few years ago, there was discussion with the community about what to do with a number of the uses in that area, what to emphasize, what to encourage, maybe what not to change. And the Lake Ann Community Center, the Reston Community Center at Lake Ann, was identified as a candidate to move, or at least to locate their new community center on the Crescent property, and to do that concurrently with the Crescent. This piece of the comprehensive plan, frankly, was not a focus of that. So this would basically allow consideration of RCC putting a community center of up to 30,000 square feet on the Crescent property concurrently with the redevelopment of the Crescent site. The Crescent site has been planned to redevelop for a number of years, going back to when the Lake Ann comprehensive plan was updated back in 2014, I think, or 15. But this piece is newer, which is basically putting RCC there. There are other things that would have to happen before RCC would actually be allowed to go forward with a community center on the site. Most notably, I've asked RCC to put together a financing plan to basically show how they would do this. And the site is currently owned by Fairfax County Redevelopment and Housing Authority. Their plan is to go forward with a procurement process to find a development partner to actually do the redevelopment. But frankly, they're waiting for this process and also to see the financing plan from RCC before deciding to go forward or not with including the option of putting the community center and co-locating the community center with the Crescent redevelopment. So it's a fairly small land use change, but I'd be very interested, in anyone's feedback. And RCC is here and would be able to answer any questions that are more RCC and programmatic. We did have a meeting or a town hall last week where folks were able to basically tell us what they thought, about the idea. So that was quite positive. And so anyway, I wanted to provide that background and context so you understand where this proposed land use change is coming from. And I will say, 6.5 years on the Board of Supervisors, it's my first out-of-turn plan amendment. So anyway, it's sort of a new one for me. So I thought I should probably come here and explain the thinking behind it.
Thank you for that explanation. I was going to say you should run for office. You're really good at this. Kazi, are you wanting to make a presentation, or do you feel like Supervisor Elkhorn already covered it?
I do have a brief presentation. Supervisor Elkhorn for the most part covered, I think, but if it's okay, I can.
Yeah, please. Please, yeah. And can you just clarify what action you would like from us tonight too, if any? Sounds like we should have some kind of action, unless you're Mark Looney.
I believe tonight was. Sorry, go ahead, Supervisor.
Yeah, I would say if you guys could basically, I would say either support, oppose, or be neutral on whether the comprehensive plan should be updated to allow for this public use of up to 30,000 square feet on the property.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Supervisor Alcorn. Good evening, everyone. So I'm Kazi Mohammed. Also with me tonight is Clara Johnson. We are with the County Department of Planning and Development, and I'll provide a brief overview of the plan amendment for Reston Crescent. So the subject site is in the Lake Anne Village Center. As you all know, this area is a central hub of activity for the surrounding neighborhoods. Specifically, the subject site, the Crescent Apartments within Land Unit D, is at the northern end of the village center. There is a gas station parcel that is outlined in red. This is not proposed to change with this plan amendment. Again, just as Supervisor Alcorn mentioned, so in July of last year, the Board of Supervisors transferred the 16.5 acre Crescent Apartment site to the Fairfax County Redevelopment and Housing Authority for redevelopment. The site is intended to be redeveloped in line with the Lake Anne Visioning Study. This effectively established a community-supported vision for the Lake Anne area to inform future planning decisions. And one outcome of the study is the concept of relocating and expanding the Lake Anne Reston Community Center to the Crescent property to increase service capacity and reduce class wait lists. The purpose of this plan amendment is to consider an increase in non-residential use for the subject property. Specifically, we are evaluating a change from 2,000 square feet to 30,000 square feet for public facility use. The subject site is 16.5 acres and developed with the Crescent Apartments, which is a 181 unit affordable housing complex. It was constructed in the 1960s and 70s. These garden style apartment buildings are between 3 and 4 stories in height. So the current comprehensive plan provides land use guidance for the Lake Anne Village Center. It designates the Crescent property as high and medium density residential use. Under the current plan, these two parcels may be redeveloped with up to 750 multifamily units and 2,000 square feet of non-residential space. With the consolidation of a larger area, there is another plan option for more residential potential. However, this plan amendment is focused on the potential increase in non-residential use from 2,000 square feet to 30,000 square feet for a public facility. This slide shows the breakdown in numbers for this plan amendment, and if approved, the plan amendment would result in a net increase of 28,000 square feet of non-residential space designated for public facility use. Moving on to the schedule, this is a timeline of the plan amendment. We held a community meeting town hall, as Supervisor Alcorn mentioned last week on Thursday, where we heard from many users of the community center, and the discussion centered around the need for more program space. Public hearing dates are scheduled for September, so it is coming up quick. These are some ways to stay informed. And thank you for your time tonight. Clara and I are available to answer any questions regarding the plan amendment.
Thank you very much, Rozzy. Looks like Lynn, you're first again. Man, you're on a roll tonight.
Every meeting, John. If you could go back to your slide presentation, Kazi, it was the second to last slide. I just wanted to see the dates for the slide before this one.
Something like that.
There. So this is backwards. It looks like the timeline. Yeah. So September 9 is the Planning Commission and September 29, the Board of Supervisors?
Yes, I apologize for that. That's
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So question about and I'm sure Tammy's going to ask the same question because she and I talked about this, but have you all done a study on the pedestrian traffic that goes from the Reston Community Center currently at Lake Anne and how that impacts the traffic to the businesses at Lake Anne? Has that been studied?
I'm sorry, you're saying from
Hi, Clara.
Hi, sorry, and I should introduce myself again. Clara Johnson. I'm working with Kazi on this
We've
plan
been in
amendment.
meetings together. I remember you. Yeah.
And
Okay.
for those that may not know, I think that, and especially coming out of the meeting with the users of the community center, that certainly emerged. While we have extensive Reston guidance about the need for pedestrian and bicycle facilities, I think what emerged is the special need to think about how the relationship between the plaza and housing and businesses around the plaza relates to a new community center location. And so I think what we're thinking about is what will be the plan recommendation to it? Does that get at, what is that pedestrian connection? No, we haven't done a count of, I did notice that you can see informal walking paths that are cut through the grass. I mean, I think that's something that when we, on our next site visit, I'd like to go out and examine how are people walking, because there is no designated crossing where people want to cross.
Thank you, Clara. My question was really more, I'm trying to get at whether the current location of the Reston Community Center drives traffic to the businesses at Lake Ann. So when people finish with classes, do they go around the corner to Calypso's or to Montmartre Cafe? So I'm just looking at how the current location of the community center drives traffic to the businesses at Lake Ann, if you've studied that.
We have not. I will say that did also emerge as a topic for folks at the community meeting. The concern that will there be an impact to the vitality of the shops around the plaza, and then of course that raised questions about what happens to the current space, which is I think an unknown right now, and I think others on the call might have more to say about that. This from the supervisor's office, but that has been identified as a concern by the community.
Is that something that you all will study?
No, I think we are going to evaluate the impact of the use at the new location. This space will still be a non-residential space. And so we wouldn't plan as a part of this effort. It continues to be that we don't know what the future tenant will be in the long term.
Okay, thank you. That was my question.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Lynn. Thank you, Tammy.
Thank you. Would you please tell us where on the Crescent property you would plan to put a new up to 30,000 square foot RCC? I know what was said before, but I want to see if that location has changed.
Well,
Great.
Tammy, let me take a shot at it, and Kazi, you or BB, this could be more of an RCC question, actually. But my understanding is that basically going through the procurement process, the county's housing folks would ask for suggestions from developers who would be hired to actually do the development on what a site layout would look like and where appropriate locations would be or could be. So Kazi, is this something, I don't think this is something you've looked at in terms of where on the site, is that correct?
No, that would be part of a future development application.
Yeah, BB, do you have, I want to get RCC in here too, since we're talking about their facility. BB, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yes, so I don't know why my camera is not working. But there's been a couple of ideas that has been proposed. We've taken a tour of the exchange over at Tyson. So, that was one model. because that's a comparable size to what we were proposing, the 30,000. And then there's been other ideas of, a pad site set aside for, for future builds, or it could be, and then there was ideas of co-locating with NCS and Cornerstones to, you know, increase the residential services to our affordable housing clients and the people who are part of the Opportune Neighborhood and Cornerstones there. So there has not been a solid one idea that has kind of bubbled up and stuck. There's been a couple of different ideas that's been, but exactly to your point, Supervisor Alcorn, is that they were going to put it into an RFQ and then see, which developers are really suited and has experience with building this type of development, and how, they would solve for that type of amenity.
Okay, so we don't have a specific location. Last time this came before RPZ, a location was suggested on the corner of Barron Cameron and Village Drive. So it'd be the northwest corner, which is downhill from the, I couldn't have thought of a more remote, unfriendly location for RCC if I had worked on it. And I don't know how in the hell you would ever create an underground garage for RCC patrons to park at. Because you're dealing with a pretty steep hill there, going up to the beautiful location for apartments at the top and going east. But that area, really, the topography is very challenging. My biggest concern, I am all for RCC increasing their size. That is going to be a small tax district 5, 100% obligation. So I'm saying I'm going to be paying for that, and we all better know that. Not the entire county is going to pay for that. And by the way, I have to say, Hunter Mill is the only district of the 9 in the county that does not have a freestanding rec center. This is the community center, which we voted to have a million years ago because we didn't have a rec center and we weren't going to get one anytime soon. So we decided, well, let's have this poor stepchild, community center, and that'll be what we get. And by the way, RCC has been a phenomenal success. Given that, and we have 2 locations, Hunter's Woods Shopping Center and Lake Ann, I worry intensely about the negative effect of losing the foot traffic that RCC now brings to the Lake Ann Plaza. We've tried so hard to keep Lake Ann viable and beat it hard with a heartbeat, and it's not easy. There's a million different problems over at Lake Ann with, antiquated superstructure and water and so on and so forth, and leaking. So, I'm really torn here about the negative aspects of taking away a major traffic producer from the plaza. And that's my basic issue. Thank you.
John, if I could jump in on that, could I just ask, BB, has the decision been made on what to do with the existing community center location? And there's Bill. All right.
Yeah. No decision's been made. We are under a timeline where we have a lease that ends in 2039 with the current facility. We have the option at that point to buy that building for $1. We will not be in a position to do that due to state law. We cannot be a county facility that is a part of a condominium association. And so until that is done, we'll have to make a decision on, what we are going to do. And that's very hard. In the meantime, BB can go over the amount of oversubscription that we've got in terms of classes and programs that are totally backed up at Lake Ann that we can't accommodate today. We're also in the process by the end of the year of receiving a full assessment of the building that we're currently in, because we don't want that to become a sinkhole. And we think already that we've gotten projections that today to bring it up to standard would cost us almost $700,000. And that would just cover RCC. That doesn't cover any of our adjoining or abutting neighbors to that facility. So we're kind of between a rock and a hard place. We've been planning on expansion at some point in time between now and 2039. We've got options. Our current option, we have an option coming up in 2030 that will take us to 2034. And then we have an option in 2034 that would take us to the expiration of the lease. We know we're going to extend that. We know we're going to execute that option in 2029, in 2030, for sure. Beyond that, we don't know, because we don't know what the Crescent may bring us. If the Crescent is ready and the 30,000 square feet is there, then we may be able to do that. What we are asking for, what we've been working with housing on, is that they deliver a 30,000 square foot shell. Not that RCC would build it, that the developer would have it as a part of his offering, and the RCC would outfit, operationalize, and manage going forward. That's what we've been going for. But we're keeping options open, certainly in terms of, we're very cognizant of the importance of Lake Ann, and that our Lake Ann Center really is the impetus for all of the things that go on that plaza.
Right.
And it would be a disaster if it goes away. But these are the confines, these are the constraints that we're operating under.
Thank you.
That's a good summary. Thank you. BB, did you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I think Bill hit it all. I mean, if you want to hear some of the data that we have at the Thursday night meeting that Supervisor Alcorn hosted, I mean, we had a huge turnout, and it was pretty unanimous and very heartwarming to have the support, that the data showed, and they're, really providing the input that they need and want that extra space. So, there's no shortage. We have the demand, we have the participation numbers. We need we have to expand capacity somehow. And we would like to do it and be able to stay at Lake Ann, but there's a lot of unknown factors.
Yeah, BB's right. I learned last Thursday night the pottery lobby in Reston is very strong.
I think my
Very
wife
active.
might be on that lobby.
That was 75%. That was 75% of the room was the pottery lobby.
It's very popular. They do a good job.
Thank you.
All right, Matt. Thank you. One quick question and then my thoughts. What is the current square footage of the community center?
We can't hear you, Matt.
Could hear you as just faint. It's very faint.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
I think I think I heard him ask what the current square footage of the community center is at Lake Ann
Yeah,
Plaza.
that's correct. Can you hear me
Okay.
now?
Yes,
Now,
yes, yes.
Yeah.
okay, sorry about that. Yeah, what's the current square footage?
Lake Ann is at 15,000. And so the 30,000 is for us to be able to duplicate what we currently provide at Lake Ann and have the extra capacity for the future.
Okay.
And to be honest, it's barely enough to accommodate the wait list, much less the population growth. And, you know,
Well,
I just think it's.
Thank you for that. Full disclosure here. I'm a member of LARCA. I live at Lake Ann. I can look out my window right here and see the community center. So, this is my community. I can attest to exactly what you're saying. I see how busy that space is. I walk by there all the time. I go to meetings there. There's all sorts of things that are happening in there all the time, which is fantastic. And it's a fantastic thing for Lake Ann Plaza. And I think that I know Fairfax County has an interest in continuing the life and the viability of Lake Ann Plaza. I know Walter spent a lot of time and money over the last few years. I've been involved in that process to some degree on coming up with ways to, keep this community vital and active. And if you look at this entire original part of Reston, kind of bullseye right in the middle of it is Washington Plaza and Lake Ann. Flanked by these businesses they're not really regional businesses. It's not Reston Town Center. It's a community, it's a village center. Having things like the Reston Museum and the Reston Community Center directly on Lake Ann, to me, it's pulling people into that. I actually consider Reston Community Center to be one of the core critical anchor tenants at Lake Ann. It's directly there when the farmers market's going on. People are coming in and out. People do. I can see it all the time. Go there for a meeting and then pop out and go right across the way to the coffee house and wine bar or over to Calypso's to get dinner or a drink. So I think it does have a big impact on the foot traffic that it's bringing people into the plaza. And I think from an urban design standpoint, that's really, really important. I could get behind a relocation of the community center if they said, we're going to put in a small format grocery store here. But I need to know what the impact of this change would be on Lake Ann before I was willing to support or vote for this. Because right now, you're basically just telling me that we could be losing one of our anchor tenants, and there's really no plan that I've heard or any discussions that are going on about what could be replacing that. And I think that would have a huge detrimental effect on the plaza and the culture, of the historic plaza here. So I have a lot of concerns about this right now. Thank you, Matt. Michelle?
I couldn't agree more with Matt. I think from just a perspective of ensuring that we have a vibrant atmosphere at Lake Ann Plaza, removing this just simply doesn't make any sense, and having no plans to replace it. If I may also, don't get me wrong, I love the pottery lobby, but I'm also going to be frank, I'm looking at my taxes, and my taxes for RCC are going up every year. I recognize you're going to put together a financing plan, but that financing plan is going to be us. And I don't think that what we're seeing warrants spending more from an entire community standpoint. Now, if you were able to put something together and you said that Fairfax County and the whole county is going to cover it like everywhere else, maybe this is a different story. But it's putting too much on us at a time when we have too much uncertainty, and it's going up so much that it's almost as much as my RA dues. And RA is providing, quite frankly, yes, it is. And there are some who it's even higher than RA dues. And that is something that really needs to be considered.
Yeah, Michelle, thank you for your financial feedback. I am looking for feedback on the land use issues, but I appreciate your thoughts on the overall financing question.
From a land use
All right.
perspective, I agree with Matt.
Sue and or David?
Okay, so catch me up on the story here, because I'm lacking some information. You clearly thought about replacing the store area next to the community center by moving them somewhere else in the plaza and occupying their space, right? And that's not a viable alternative. Is that right?
Sorry, I don't understand the question. Can you
In other
repeat
words,
that?
No, I think that the landlord made that arrangement. We years ago, when some space became available, we expanded the use and built out the space next door, but the landlord made the decision to relocate that supermarket.
Okay, and you can't work out a deal with the landlord to move the supermarket somewhere else in the plaza, or maybe somewhere else next to Crescent?
Sorry, I need to jump in on this because I'm a member of
Please do,
LARCA, so
because
I can
I
actually
don't
answer this.
I don't know. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Look,
Yeah.
just Lake Ann is weird because there is no like landlord or retail merchandising plan for Lake Ann. Every single parcel is a privately owned condo, so that's not easy to do here, is all I'm going to say.
Okay.
Thank you, Matthew. You're absolutely correct.
We've been dealing with this for a long time.
Yeah.
Okay, well, other than placing the 30,000 square feet right next to the gas station, and then making a very elaborate and noticeable pedestrian crossing, I don't know. I'm not being much help here, but I understand why you want to keep the community center in the plaza. That makes sense, but I don't understand the politics or the property ownership stuff that's going on there that would ease that burden.
Well, one thing that I am hearing, and Bill and BB and Supervisor Elkhorn, tell me if I'm wrong, is that we have a long time until we have to leave, but we have current needs that far surpass our current capacity. And so we're trying to find better capacity. We also have significant costs that are at some point going to hit us, right? And likely, based on what you're saying, that is probably before 2039. And it's a substantial, cost. And so you're trying to find options. And so the reality is, if you don't go to Crescent, you may have to go somewhere else completely. Right.
You nailed it, Matt. You nailed it, John. That's exactly correct. 100% correct.
So I think we can all agree that, yeah, it drives traffic and it's great. And if we could provide a perfect scenario, it would be awesome to do 30,000 square foot there. The likelihood of that is slim to none. And so I personally think it's wise to be looking at options and to get a developer to pay for a very significant chunk of that is wise and a good idea. Also, and David said it, and I think it's a good idea, actually. Provide a really good pedestrian pathway that makes sense to get people back to Lake Ann, because it's really not that far. It's right across the street. And so I think a lot of that traffic could still go there. So I think it's super complicated. I think it's wise for the county to be looking at options, and it's a good service that we provide. Sorry, I jumped in there, David. Did you have any other comments?
No, I've actually run out of ideas other than that one. So if ifs and buts were fruits and nuts, what happy Christmas we would have.
Thank you. Sue, do you have any comments?
It's complicated, and thank you for your presentations and conversation.
Yeah, thank you. I thought this was going to be an easy one, but nothing's easy here. Katie.
Yep. Hey, thank you so much. A couple things. the original 2,000 square feet that was approved, what were your ideas for that?
Oh, that's a great question. Is there anybody here that was on the Lake Ann Plan Task Force over a decade ago?
I was a little bit involved with that.
Yeah, Matt, do you remember what was the thinking on the, I mean, that's a pretty small detail, but I
Coffee
don't
shop?
know. Yeah.
Maybe like a community serving retail space. I mean, I know on that master plan, which was much more comprehensive than this, we had kind of continued that pedestrian pathway like all the way out to Barron Cameron, and there was, a lot more like ground floor retail. I thought that was a great plan, by the way. I'm kind of mad that it fell apart, but we were adding a lot more retail and a lot more density, kind of basically a whole nother Lake End Plaza kind of between the current plaza and Barron Cameron to drive, traffic and create like a better visibility out on Barron Cameron. It was very comprehensive. But yeah, I think there was like a little retail component as part of the Crescent. I think there was some parking garage up there or something. I don't know. It's been a long time.
Anyway, I was just curious about that, but I will just say as somebody who, I live on the south side of Reston, and when I go up to Lake Ann, it's usually because I am doing something at RCC, and then I do pop by the Reston Museum, buy a little Reston t-shirt. I would never be in there, although I do go to Just Cats Clinic, but I think it's doing a disservice, even just moving it across the street, because then frankly, I'd be one that if I park in a parking garage, I'm getting back in my car and I'm going home. I'm
Yep.
not walking across the street to go grab a t-shirt or whatever, do a yoga thing or whatever it is I'm doing, or just hang out. Cause I mean, it's beautiful down there. And then when we go to the whole, like, it takes me back to like we were talking about Lake Fairfax. If we have all this business office building stuff that's already built, if you have to move, why aren't you, I mean, maybe we just look at something that they would give you a really cheap lease because they got all this open occupancy. But I really don't think I think you should not leave Lake Ann. I don't know if there's some way you can kind of revamp, redo, maybe expand down here in the Hunter's Woods. Listen, it's always great to have too many clients. Like in my business, it's like that's a good problem to have, build it, they may not come, I don't know, but I'm just telling you, as somebody who, only time I go to Lake Ann is like if I'm doing something usually at RCC, and that is when I stop by and shop, and if it was across the street, I would really never go over. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Jared.
So I guess I want to just ask a clarifying question. So the way I went back and looked at the original motion, so this is maybe to Supervisor Elkhorn, would the 30,000 square feet have to be used for public use, or could it be for any other non-residential?
The way that it's drafted is for public use.
So it would
And it's
have to
also,
be.
yes, it's also up to public use. But actually, it's an interesting question, Jared. Kazi or Clara, would there be the potential for the Planning Commission and the board to modify that language to allow for, or other non-residential uses? Would that be within the scope?
I'd have to look at that authorization just to be sure. There's the
Yeah.
possibility that, but I think that
Right.
that could be a consideration if.
Because the reason it popped into my head is because it might actually address some of the challenges like that Matt said too. I mean, adding some other non-residential, I think the site's large enough to do this. When you look at the site, you look at the facilities areas around there, I think there's an opportunity to add non-residential space where Moorings Drive comes up and hits. I think we could actually work with the topography. I don't think it's a limit. I think there's actually an opportunity to get pretty creative with that. So I would support adding the 30,000 of non-residential to move this forward and see what can come of it.
Yeah, thank you, Jared. The only small caution I would add to that, and Matt, you probably remember this from the Lake Ann visioning study discussions, is there was I think general consensus that additional retail was perhaps not appropriate at Lake Ann. I think there was an interest in making sure the existing retail was supported and frankly could be kept viable. But Jared, the way you were describing it could be, it wouldn't have to be retail. So
Right. I think there could be some, I don't know if there's a creative way of connecting the parking to the existing parking. So back to the other comment, that you feel like you're still at Lake Ann, even if you're having to move across the street to go to the new space. So instead of making it feel like you're in a different property.
All right, thank you, Jared. Matt, hand up again.
Yeah, I'm still up. I mean, this is I understand this is hard. Like, this has been an ongoing discussion at Lake Ann for how long have I lived here? 18 years, 19 years. But we struggle here with the types of tenants that are going to drive foot traffic. We're doing better right now as far as having, I mean, there are some open retail bays, but there's been more open in the past. But from a retail merchandising plan, not all retail businesses are kind of equal. I mean, this is why you have a shopping center and you have a grocery store. And if that grocery store leaves, all the other tenants of that shopping center can break their leases because their businesses are dependent on that grocery store driving traffic to that shopping center. That's a very common way that leases are set up in that business. So I think, I mean, I've always said this, like Lake Ann needs a few, it doesn't have to be all of them, businesses that drive foot traffic here. I think that's extremely important. My question or idea, I guess, is have you studied, you need more space, you need more program. Have you studied simply splitting that program, and building a new community center on this new site that has 15,000 square feet of additional program and also keeping a space at Lake Ann?
That's been a consideration, Matt, but the problem, we still got the problem with the facility on the plaza.
I would like to speak to that. How much, you said it was $700,000 for infrastructure improvements?
Today.
Okay, well, I can tell you that a build out on a 30,000 square feet interior build out is going to be a lot more than $700,000.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And the fact of the matter is that's what I'm trying to get to. That's $700,000 for our building, our piece of it. That does nothing to the preschool next door, where they've had major problems that have leaked onto our property that we had to do. It has nothing to do with any other property owner there that would affect us.
I understand. Trust me. I'm sitting in a house with no air conditioning right now because I'm getting my air conditions installed next week, so I get it. But
if it was
we have spent millions of dollars on infrastructure on this project over the last 5 years, including new roofs on buildings, and I believe that one actually received a new roof fairly recently. So, I mean, we have been spending a lot of our reserve money to fix these infrastructure problems to the common elements here.
Right. Certainly appreciate that. But that doesn't do anything for us.
Matt, you might want to check into a hotel for the next week.
So I've got
someplace that has
I got
air.
a portable unit in my bedroom. So as soon as I can go back there, it's probably comfortable enough for me to sleep. But it's funny that you say that, John, because I actually am going to decamp down to my parents' house, who are actually out of town for the couple days at the end of this week, because I can't deal with this until next week when I get it fixed.
Yeah, hundreds coming up.
But I think what we're asking you is would you give consideration to the additional 30,000 square feet in the plan?
I would need to know. I mean, I understand the ask. I'm just telling you personally, I would need to know more about what Lake Ann's plan was to use that space in a way that it's not going to have a detriment to the community and the businesses around the plaza. And I don't think we have that right now.
And honestly, we can't tell you that today.
Yeah, I understand that.
Michelle.
Yeah, I had a quick question. A few months ago, there was a plan that was the gateway to Lake Ann, and it had an arch coming into the Lake Ann. And where's that? What's going on with that? That was presented. That was presented to Reston Association.
I think DPD was the wayfinding project that
Right, that's a
was proposed.
signage project, yeah.
No, I don't think so. No, this involved a whole redevelopment of the Crescent and showed where things could go, and then also had a whole gateway system coming in off of Baron Cameron.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that, Michelle. BB, do you know?
It
Is
could
that
have
maybe
been some of the design mock-ups that Thor Nelson did with the community. But I don't recall, I knew that, it would make the development much more, like Lake Anne would be much more visible to what's the road?
Baron
Not
Cameron.
Cameron.
Yeah. So, but I don't recall like an arch, maybe, that was discussed anecdotally, but I don't recall seeing an actual design mock-up or anything like that.
It might have been part of the development Matt was referring to that came in front of everyone a while back.
Yeah, I think you're right. There was
sure.
one because where Just Cats is now was supposed to be torn down. And I think there was going to be an arch there. I remember that, but it's
No.
been a few years.
No,
Yeah.
this was this year. I mean, I
Oh,
can go
this
back
year.
and look, but what I saw was this year, and it was on Baron Cameron.
Mhm.
Hmm.
If
Okay,
it was
I'll go
this
back
year,
and look. Mhm.
yeah.
It was
If
either, I
it was
mean, this year or the
Crescent,
end of 2025.
yeah, if it was Crescent, it would have been presented by HCD.
Okay. And if it was them, then is that still being considered, or what is that?
The
I
only
think
thing
that
I'm aware of is the signage and the redevelopment of the Crescent is definitely going to go forward. And by the way, there will for all of this, whatever design proposal comes out of the Crescent will come through the rezoning process. So you all are going to see that again. The only question now is should there be an option for a community center to go along with that? That's really all for us today.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, we had a presentation from Empowering Communities, Building Futures. Who is this? Fairfax County Department of Housing and Community Development.
Yep.
And that involved also some mock-ups at some point.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's Thor. I haven't seen that one, but thank you, Michelle. Yeah, I never saw that one.
Okay.
All right, Mike.
Yeah, I think, from what I'm hearing, I think, we have very high demand for the RCC services. We also have a strong interest in the foot traffic it keeps at Lake Anne. What we're talking about here is just allowing the county to add 30,000 or increase it to 30,000 square feet of public use in the Crescent community and give them a chance to evaluate it. We're not making any decision that, we're moving RCC across the street and oh my God, that, too bad for Lake Anne. All we're doing is opening it up to allow it to be evaluated. And as Supervisor Alcorn just said, it would be coming back to us to pick apart at that point. Let's at least give RCC a chance to explore options and let it move forward is where I'm coming in on this.
Yes, agree. Thank you, Mike. Okay, definitely getting late. Any further comments? All right, any motions? I'll make
What
a
about
motion.
Commissioner Carter?
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. Commissioner Carter, sorry.
You've heard from everybody. I'm worn out, frankly.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem.
Same here. I'll make a motion to approve the as presented by the county.
I'll second that.
All right, any further comments? All right, all in favor, raise your hands, please. And David and Sue, is that 1 or 2 votes?
That's Sue, yes.
2 for yes.
2 for yes. Gosh, my hand goes down every time. That would be 6-4. I'm counting correctly. All right, lower your hands. All opposed. Four opposed. 6-4. Any abstentions? We missing one? I think we have 11 unless someone left.
Oh, they've left.
Oh,
I think we
okay.
lost somebody.
I gotcha. Okay, so 6-4. I believe Jared motion passes, correct?
Yep, because it's a simple majority.
Simple majority, got it. Okay, well, congratulations. I know it's complicated, and I think we can all agree with the things we talked about tonight. It's a challenge, but
Yeah,
appreciate
John,
you.
thank you,
really
and
doing it.
appreciate it. I really appreciate all the comments made. I think it's really helpful. It helps me understand what people are thinking about and concerned about. So, and since this is a public agency, it's very useful. But thank you for the vote.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
good
Thank
healthy
you for your
debate.
support. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you all. All right. We had on the agenda, like just in general, the other applications that are coming. I don't know, given the hour, if we really have any time left to go through these, market, unless there's something you wanted to say.
Yeah, I was going to say, John, I think maybe that was a miscommunication. I think the DPD staff who presented the various SSPAs tonight would like to come back and sort of give an overview for some of the larger planning studies that are sort of being scoped and sort of starting, this summer. But yeah, we don't have time for. I don't think that should be. I don't think they were expecting to do that tonight.
Okay.
So we'll have to find another time, maybe another special meeting, depending on P&Z's availability in the regular agenda. But I'll work with staff and with you to coordinate that.
Okay, that sounds great. I just have a couple more quick things. Tammy, I will be on vacation for the July meeting. Are you able to chair that?
Yes.
And then I know, Tammy, that we had talked about the new member committee getting started this summer, and we had a number of people on that. And I know that there's some people who are either considering leaving or are going to leave, and one person moved, so their term is going to end at the end of this year. And I need to, get all the names and everything to you, but I think we're going to need new members.
Yes, and right now we have 15. If they've moved out of Reston, they're off the committee. That's the law. They're not.
Oh, is
they
it?
don't-
Okay.
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay.
So, who I have on my new member committee is Matt, myself, and Lynn. I think there was one other person that asked.
I'm on
Are
there. I'm on there.
Katie? Great.
Yes.
Okay. Anyone else? So I will get these, the four of us together, and we will start advertising, because we cannot wait. We are short shrifted, and we have a lot coming on our onto our plate.
Yeah,
So
totally agree.
we'll get going on this. Thank you, Katie, for speaking up. I didn't mean to insult you. Thank you. That's all. I wanted to bring that up.
we've got the application already. The template is already on the website, correct?
Great.
I'll go
Then
back.
you and
look.
I can, and the Matt and Katie will have a short meeting and go there. Thank you.
Sounds good.
I'm just going
Thanks,
to interrupt real quick. Are we having an August meeting? Or sometimes I thought maybe we didn't. I am not going to be here for the August meeting. I just wanted to let somebody know now.
Yeah, we probably are going to need it.
Perhaps we
don't-
will, but I just and I don't know, John, I guess when someone sends out the invitation, I can let you know, but I wasn't sure. I thought last summer we didn't do an August meeting maybe. But I know we're very busy this year.
We normally don't, but I think our load is going to be. When is the July meeting that you're going to be gone for?
July 20th.
Okay, thanks.
Yep, thank you. Yeah, so yes, we do need an August meeting. I don't actually have any agenda items yet. I do have some people talking about September. I fully expect we're gonna need August though, which would be the third Monday in August, whatever.
So
that
Yeah,
is.
the 17th. Yeah.
Yeah.
So and I'll remind you all when we get closer that I will not be at the August meeting.
Got it. Yeah, thanks
Thank
for the advance notice.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. I make a motion to adjourn.
I second.
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you all. Have a good night.
Thanks all.
Thanks, John Carter. Thanks, everyone.